Hey warriors, you're bleeding time, and you don't even know where the wound is. Right now, as you're watching this, someone just like you lost another day to something they won't even remember next month. Not because they're lazy, not because they don't care, but because nobody ever taught them what actually drains a human life. 13 years. That's how much of your existence gets poured into invisible holes. Not dramatic failures, not obvious mistakes, just quiet leaks. The kind that don't make noise. The kind you don't notice until you're 40, 50, 60, looking back and wondering where it all went. Here's what makes this different. We're not talking about the obvious stuff. We're not going to tell you to wake up early or drink more water. We're going deeper, into the places where your life is disappearing without your permission. The psychological traps, the social patterns, the inherited behaviors you never questioned. Stoicism isn't about enduring pain or suppressing emotion. It's about seeing clearly, about recognizing what's real and what's performance, about understanding that most of what we call life is just reaction, automatic, unconscious, borrowed from people who were also just reacting. This video is a scalpel. Each principle we cover is designed to cut away one layer of the life you didn't choose, the life that was handed to you, the life you've been performing because everyone else is performing it too. Underneath all that, your actual life, the one that's been waiting for you to show up. Like this video, if you're ready to see what you've been avoiding, and if you're ready to stop bleeding time, type this below. I reclaim my time. Number 1. The power of time. Your relationship with time is broken, and it started before you could talk. You were taught to measure life in years, decades, milestones. Graduate at 22, marry by 30, retire at 65. As if your existence is a checklist someone else wrote. Here's what nobody tells you. Linear time is a construction. The way you experience Tuesday isn't the same as how you experience Saturday. An hour in deep focus feels like 15 minutes. An hour in a waiting room feels like 3. Time isn't consistent. Your engagement with it determines its texture. The Stoic understanding is sharper. Time is perception, and perception is controllable. When you're fully present, time expands. When you're fragmented, thinking about yesterday's argument while pretending to work, time collapses into nothing. You lose hours, days, weeks to this fractured state. Not to bad things, just to being nowhere fully. Most people treat time like weather, something happening to them. They say time flies like they're observers. But you're not watching time pass, you're creating the experience of its passage. Every moment you're half present is a moment that vanishes without trace. No memory forms, no meaning accumulates, it just disappears. Consider this. You remember vacations more vividly than regular weeks because you're paying attention. New environment, new experiences, full presence. But your regular life, it blurs because you're on autopilot. Your brain doesn't archive autopilot. It discards it. That's why people hit 40 and feel like 30 happened yesterday. 20 years of autopilot leaves almost no retrievable memory. The real power isn't managing your calendar, it's managing your consciousness. Where is your mind right now? Is it here, or is it rehearsing conversations that haven't happened? Is it building futures that might not come? Is it replaying scenes you can't change? The practice is simple but brutal. Catch yourself leaving. Notice when your mind drifts from what's in front of you. Don't judge it, just notice. Then choose to come back. Do this 50 times a day, 100 times, because every time you return to the present moment, you're actually living. Everything else is just waiting. Think about the last dinner you ate. Can you remember it? The taste, the texture, the temperature. Or did you eat while staring at a screen, thinking about work, planning tomorrow? You consumed calories, but you didn't experience eating. That meal is gone. You can't get it back. Multiply that by 3 meals a day for a year. A decade. That's thousands of experiences you paid for with your time, but never actually had. Time isn't running out. You're just not inhabiting it. You're renting space in moments without ever moving in. And the tragedy isn't that life is short. It's that most people live such a small percentage of the life they're given. The shift happens when you realize that being present isn't a luxury for meditation retreats. It's the difference between experiencing your life and just having it happen near you. You can't slow time down, but you can make it dense, rich, full of actual lived experience instead of vague passages you can't recall. Start now, not with your whole life, just with the next 5 minutes. Be exactly where you are. Feel the chair beneath you. Notice the temperature of the air. Listen to the actual sounds around you. This isn't poetic. This is you showing up to your own existence. This is how you stop bleeding time. Every moment you're fully in is a moment you actually get to keep. Everything else is just gone. Number 2. Health is non-negotiable. Your body is sending you messages you've learned to ignore. That persistent ache in your lower back, the way your energy crashes at 2 p.m. every day, the sleep that never quite feels like enough. You've normalized feeling suboptimal because everyone around you feels suboptimal too. Here's the quiet truth. Most people don't lose their health in one dramatic event. They lease it out slowly. They trade it for conveniences, for saying yes when they mean no, for proving something to people who aren't even paying attention. They treat their body like a machine that should just keep running, regardless of maintenance. The Stoic perspective cuts through the noise. Your body isn't separate from your life. It is the vehicle of your life. Every thought you have, every goal you chase, every relationship you build happens through this physical form. Neglect it, and you're not just risking future problems. You're diminishing your present existence. But here's where it gets real. The health theft isn't obvious. It's not cigarettes or junk food for most people anymore. It's the chronic stress you've accepted as normal. It's the shallow breathing you do all day because your shoulders are permanently tensed. It's the inflammation building silently because you haven't moved your body with intention in months. Your body keeps score even when you're not looking. That deadline you powered through on 4 hours of sleep. Your adrenal system remembers. That argument you swallowed instead of addressing. Your nervous system filed it away. That meal you ate while anxious, barely chewing. Your gut is still processing the impact. Medical research shows something staggering. Chronic stress alone can age your cells faster, compromise your immune system, and shorten your lifespan by years. Not because stress is inherently toxic, but because we never complete the stress cycle. We trigger fight or flight, then sit still. We activate survival mode, then stay there for months. Our bodies are running emergency protocols 24/7, and we wonder why we're exhausted. The reclamation starts with listening, not to health gurus or trending diets, to your actual body. When was the last time you checked in with yourself without an agenda? Asked your body what it needs instead of telling it what it should tolerate. Most people only pay attention when something breaks, but your body has been whispering for years. That tension headache isn't random. It's your body saying you've been clenching your jaw for 8 hours straight. That digestive issue isn't bad luck. It's feedback about stress, food timing, or eating while distracted. That constant fatigue isn't laziness. It's your system begging for recovery. You keep denying it. Here's the practice. Physical check-ins. 3 times a day, stop and scan your body. Where are you holding tension? How's your breathing? Shallow and high, or deep and full? What does your energy actually feel like? Not what you wish it felt like. No fixing, just noticing. Because awareness is the first step to change. Movement isn't about looking a certain way. It's about keeping your biology functional. Your body was designed to move, bend, reach, carry. When you stop using those capacities, you don't just lose fitness. You lose range of motion, bone density, metabolic efficiency. You age faster not because of time, but because of stillness. And sleep, real sleep, not collapse from exhaustion, but intentional rest. Your brain literally cleans itself during deep sleep, flushing out waste products that accumulate during waking hours. Skip that process regularly, and you're not just tired, you're cognitively impaired. Your decision-making suffers, your emotional regulation weakens, you become a lesser version of yourself. The cost of ignoring your health isn't just future you in a hospital bed. It's today, right now, every compromised day where you're functioning at 60%. Every experience dulled because you don't feel well. Every opportunity you can't fully seize because your body won't support it. You can't buy health back. You can only maintain what you have and rebuild what you've lost. Start now, not tomorrow, now. Your body deserves this promise. Comment it now. I honor my body. Number 3, avoid toxic relationships. There are people in your life right now who are slowly erasing you, not with cruelty, not with obvious abuse, with something more insidious. They need you to stay small so they can feel adequate. This isn't about cutting people off or being selfish. This is about recognizing a pattern most people never see: relational energy drain. Some relationships give you energy. They challenge you, support you, see you clearly. Others deplete you. They require you to perform, to shrink, to manage their emotions while neglecting your own. The Stoic approach is ruthlessly clear. Evaluate people by their effect on your character and peace. Not by history, not by obligation, not by guilt, by actual impact. Does this person make you better, or just busier? Do they celebrate your growth, or subtly undermine it? Do they respect your boundaries, or treat them as suggestions? Here's what makes this hard. Toxic relationships rarely announce themselves. They masquerade as normal, as family, as old friendships, as professional necessities. You tolerate them because ending them feels wrong, dramatic, ungrateful. So, you stay, and every interaction costs you a piece of yourself you'll never name but always feel. The signs are quiet. You feel exhausted after spending time with them, even if nothing bad happened. You edit yourself in their presence. What you say, how you say it, what you share. You leave conversations feeling worse about yourself, even if they didn't explicitly criticize you. You dread their calls. You feel relief when plans cancel. Some people drain you through constant crisis. Their life is always on fire, and they need you to be the firefighter. Every conversation is about their drama, their problems, their needs. You become a supporting character in their chaos, and your own life shrinks to make room for theirs. Others drain you through judgment disguised as concern. They question your choices, your goals, your changes. Are you sure about that? That doesn't sound like you. I'm just worried. They frame it as care, but it's control. They need you predictable. Your growth threatens their stagnation. Then there are the energy vampires who take and never reciprocate. They need your time, your attention, your emotional labor. But when you need support, they're busy. They minimize. They change the subject. The relationship only flows one direction, and you're always the source. Here's the psychological reality. You become the average of the people you spend the most time with. Not in some mystical way, in a neurological way. Mirror neurons fire when you're around others, syncing your emotions, your behaviors, your thought patterns. Spend enough time with anxious people, and your nervous system learns anxiety. Spend time with critical people, and your inner voice becomes critical. The practice isn't about judgment. It's about honest inventory. List the people you interact with regularly. Then ask, after time with this person, do I feel expanded or diminished, energized or depleted, more like myself or less? The answers tell you everything. Some relationships are salvageable with boundaries. Clear, firm, non-negotiable boundaries. I can't be your therapist. I need our conversations to be balanced. I'm not available for last-minute crises. If they respect these boundaries, there's potential. If they don't, if they guilt you, manipulate you, or violate them repeatedly, you have your answer. Other relationships need distance, not drama, not confrontation, just space. Fewer calls, less availability. Polite but firm decline. You're not obligated to explain yourself. No is a complete sentence. Your peace doesn't need a defense. The hardest truth, some relationships need to end completely, and that's okay. Outgrowing people isn't cruel, it's natural. You're allowed to choose yourself. You're allowed to prioritize your mental health over someone else's comfort. You're allowed to leave even if they're not bad enough to justify it. Every hour you spend managing toxic relationships is an hour stolen from building nourishing ones, from being with people who see you, who celebrate you, who make you better just by being near them. Your life is too short for relationships that require you to be less than you are. Number 4. Learn, evolve, adapt. You stopped learning the day you decided you knew enough. Not officially, not consciously, but somewhere along the way, you traded curiosity for certainty. You built a fortress of opinions and called it wisdom, and now you're defending positions you formed 5 years ago with information you haven't updated since. Here's the invisible trap. Stagnation doesn't feel like stagnation. It feels like stability, like finally having things figured out. You've got your routines, your beliefs, your way of seeing the world. It works well enough. Why question it? Why challenge it? Why risk the discomfort of being wrong? Because the world isn't static, and neither are you. The person you were 3 years ago needed different things, understood different truths, had different capacities. If you're still operating from that version of yourself, you're not living, you're rerunning old programming. The Stoic principle is about intellectual humility. What you know is always incomplete, always. The smartest thing you can do is assume your current understanding is just a draft, not truth, not final, just the best you've got with what you know right now. Most people hit a ceiling around 30, not in age, in learning. They stop reading anything that challenges them. They stop exposing themselves to perspectives that contradict their own. They surround themselves with people who think like them, consume media they already believe, and mistake this echo chamber for reality. The cost is massive. You become rigid, brittle, unable to adapt when circumstances change. And life will change circumstances, guaranteed. The job market shifts, technology evolves, relationships transform, health issues emerge. If you're still using the same mental models you had a decade ago, you're navigating new terrain with an outdated map. Here's what real learning looks like. It makes you uncomfortable. It challenges assumptions you didn't know you had. It reveals blind spots you've been living inside. True learning isn't about adding information, it's about reorganizing your entire framework. And that process hurts. That's why most people stop doing it. Think about the last time you genuinely changed your mind about something important. Not small preferences, deep beliefs. For most people, it's been years. They've been defending the same positions, repeating the same arguments, seeing the world through the same lens. That's not consistency. That's calcification. The practice is deliberate exposure to difference. Read books that oppose your political views. Listen to podcasts from industries you don't understand. Have conversations with people who've made different life choices, not to adopt their perspective, to stress test your own. to find the weak points in your thinking, to evolve. Evolution isn't about abandoning your values, it's about refining them, about discarding what no longer serves you and integrating what does. About being honest enough to say, "I was wrong about that," without your ego collapsing. Your brain is neuroplastic, capable of forming new connections your entire life, but it needs stimulus, new challenges, new patterns, new information. Without that, it doesn't just plateau, it degrades. Cognitive decline isn't just about aging, it's about mental retirement, about stopping the work of growth. Adaptation is survival. Species that couldn't adapt went extinct. Businesses that can't adapt fail. People who can't adapt get left behind, not by others but by reality. The world keeps moving. You either move with it or become irrelevant to your own life. Here's the question that cuts through everything. What belief are you holding that you're afraid to examine? That's your growing edge. That's where your evolution is waiting. Most people avoid that question because the answer threatens their identity. But your identity isn't fixed. It's not fragile. It's fluid, and it can handle the truth. Learning isn't about collecting credentials or impressing people. It's about staying alive mentally, about remaining useful to yourself, about having the tools to handle whatever comes next. Because something will come next, and you'll either be ready or you'll be scrambling with outdated solutions. The moment you think you've figured it out is the moment you stop growing. And the moment you stop growing is the moment you start dying, not physically, but in every way that matters. Stay curious, stay humble, stay learning. Number 5, financial wisdom. You're trading your life energy for money, then wasting that money on things that steal more life energy. The cycle is perfect and perfectly destructive. Financial stress doesn't just limit your options, it reshapes your brain. Studies show that financial anxiety reduces cognitive bandwidth. It literally makes you less capable of good decision-making. You become reactive instead of strategic. You make choices from scarcity instead of abundance, and those choices keep you scarce. Here's the part nobody explains. Money isn't the problem. Your relationship with money is the problem. And that relationship was formed before you could vote, by parents who had their own with it, by a culture that equates spending with success, by an economy designed to keep you on a treadmill, earning and spending, never accumulating real security. The Stoic view is simple. Money is a tool, not a goal. It buys freedom, not happiness. The question isn't, how do I make more? It's, how much is enough, and what am I actually buying with my life? Most people have no idea where their money goes. They earn, they spend, they vaguely hope there's something left over. Then they're surprised when there isn't. They're not reckless, they're unconscious. Death by 1,000 small purchases they barely remember making. The real wealth drain isn't the obvious splurges. It's the lifestyle inflation nobody talks about. You get a raise and suddenly you need the nicer apartment, the better car, the premium subscriptions. Your expenses rise to meet your income, and you're no more secure than you were before. You're just performing at a higher price point. Here's the shift. Every purchase is a trade. You're trading hours of your life because that's what money represents for that thing. Is it worth it? Not in the abstract. Specifically, is that convenience worth 8 hours of your life? Is that status symbol worth 2 weeks? Is that impulse buy worth the time you spent earning it? Most people never make this connection. They see price tags, not life tags. They think in dollars, not in days. So they trade freely, unconsciously, until they hit 50 and realize they've sold decades for things they don't even own anymore. Financial wisdom starts with 3 questions. What do I actually need? What do I truly value? What am I buying to fill a void that money can't fill? Because if you're honest, Most spending is emotional. It's soothing anxiety. It's impressing people. It's trying to buy an identity instead of building one. The practice is simple but confronting. Track everything for 1 month. Every dollar, every transaction. No judgment, just data. Then categorize it. Essentials, values aligned, emotional spending, waste. The categories will shock you. Not because you're bad with money, but because you've been unconscious with it. Debt is borrowed time. Literally, when you're in debt, you're committing future hours of your life to past decisions. You're mortgaging tomorrow for yesterday. And the interest isn't just financial, it's psychological. It's the weight you carry, the options you can't take, the risks you can't afford. Building wealth isn't about deprivation, it's about intention. It's about deciding what matters and funding that fully while eliminating what doesn't. It's about creating enough buffer that you're not in survival mode, that you can think clearly, choose freely, say no to things that don't serve you. The goal isn't retirement at 65, it's autonomy now. Enough saved that you're not desperate, not trapped in jobs you hate, not staying in situations because you can't afford to leave. Financial security isn't luxury, it's basic human dignity. Every financial decision is a life decision. You're voting with your dollars for the existence you want. Most people are voting against themselves without realizing it. They're funding stress, funding distraction, funding the very things that drain them. Start treating money like what it actually is, concentrated life force. Spend it accordingly. Stop trading your life for nothing. Commit by typing, "I value my life energy." Number 6. Avoid life-draining habits. You have rituals you've never named, patterns you repeat without questioning, behaviors so automatic you don't even register them anymore, and some of them are quietly destroying you. These aren't the dramatic addictions, not substance abuse or gambling. These are the socially acceptable habits, the ones everyone has, the ones that hide in plain sight because they're normalized. They don't ruin your life overnight. They erode it so slowly you don't notice until the foundation cracks. The Stoic insight is brutal. Most of what you do daily, you do unconsciously. You inherited these patterns from family, from peers, from a culture that profits from your numbness, and you've been performing them so long they feel like you. But they're not you, they're just grooves worn deep. Complaining is a habit. Most people don't realize how much they do it. They narrate their dissatisfaction constantly. The weather, the traffic, the government, their job, their family. It feels like venting, like processing. But complaining without action is just rehearsing victimhood. You're training your brain to scan for problems, to focus on what's wrong, to feel perpetually dissatisfied. The neurological reality. Your brain strengthens whatever you practice. Complain for 10 minutes, and you've just done 10 minutes of negativity training. Your neural pathways for dissatisfaction get deeper. Your baseline mood drops, and nothing changes except your capacity to suffer increases. Waiting is a habit, waiting for the right time, the right feeling, the right circumstances. You've trained yourself to delay action until conditions are perfect, but perfect never comes, so you wait and wait. And the years pass while you're waiting for a starting gun that doesn't exist. The cost isn't just missed opportunities. It's the identity you build around waiting. You become someone who's always about to start, always preparing, always planning the next phase, but never actually in it. Your life becomes a permanent rehearsal for a show that never opens. Seeking validation is a habit, posting for approval, working for recognition, making decisions based on what others will think. You've outsourced your self-worth to external metrics that shift constantly. Likes, comments, promotions, compliments. Each one gives a hit of validation that fades quickly, leaving you hungry for the next one. The trap is dependency. You can't feel good about yourself without external confirmation. You can't make choices without consensus. You can't exist without an audience. Your entire sense of self becomes contingent on variables you can't control. That's not living, that's performing. And the performance never ends because the applause never satisfies. Numbing is a habit. Not with substances, with busyness, with noise, with constant stimulation. You've trained yourself to avoid silence, avoid stillness, avoid being alone with your thoughts. Because when it gets quiet, uncomfortable things surface. Doubts, regrets, questions you haven't answered. So, you keep the volume up, keep moving, keep consuming, keep distracted. But numbing isn't selective. When you numb discomfort, you numb everything. Joy becomes impossible. You're skimming the surface of your own life because you're afraid to dive deep. And years pass in this shallow state where nothing really touches you. Comparison is a habit, measuring yourself against others constantly. Their success, their appearance, their lifestyle, their timeline. You've turned your life into a competition with people who aren't even competing with you. They're just living, and you're over here keeping score in a game nobody else is playing. The psychology is clear. Comparison guarantees misery. You're always comparing your behind the scenes with everyone else's highlight reel. You're measuring your chapter 3 against someone else's chapter 15. The math never works. The comparison never satisfies. You just end up feeling inadequate about a life that might actually be exactly right for you. Here's the practice: habit awareness. For 1 week, notice your automatic behaviors. When do you complain? When do you delay? When do you seek validation? When do you numb? When do you compare? Don't change anything yet. Just see it clearly. Because you can't break a habit you don't recognize. And most of your life-draining patterns are invisible to you. They're the water you swim in, the air you breathe, the default setting you've never questioned. Once you see them, you can choose differently, not perfectly, not immediately, but consciously, one choice at a time. Number 7, treasure the quiet moments. There's a specific kind of poverty that has nothing to do with money. It's the poverty of presence, of never being fully where you are, of racing through life so fast that you miss the life itself. You've been conditioned to optimize, to maximize, to extract value from every moment. Productive mornings, efficient workdays, quality time that's scheduled and measured. You've turned living into a performance metric. And in doing so, you've lost access to something essential, unstructured existence. The Stoic practice isn't about doing more, it's about being more, fully inhabiting the moment you're in without agenda, without improvement, without the need for it to be anything other than what it is, just existence, pure, simple, unmonetized, but you've forgotten how. Silence feels uncomfortable. Stillness feels like wasting time. Doing nothing triggers anxiety because you've equated your worth with your productivity. So you fill every gap, every pause, every quiet moment gets colonized by something useful. Here's what you're missing. The quiet moments are where integration happens, where your nervous system regulates, where insights surface that can't emerge in the noise, where you actually process the experiences you're accumulating. Without these moments, you're just collecting data you never convert to wisdom. Think about the last time you sat and did absolutely nothing. No phone, no book, no podcast, no task. Just sat with yourself and whatever arose. For most people, it's been months, years. They literally cannot remember the last time they were just present without distraction. The loss is catastrophic. You become alienated from yourself. You don't know what you actually think because you've never given yourself space to think it. You don't know what you feel because you override feelings with activity. You don't know who you are because you're always being who you need to be for the next thing. Quiet moments aren't empty. They're full of the life you've been too busy to notice. The texture of air, the quality of light, the sensation of breathing, the thoughts that bubble up when you stop drowning them out, the emotions that need processing, the creativity that needs space to emerge. Your best ideas don't come during hustle. They come in the shower, on walks, in the space between sleep and waking, when your mind isn't gripping, when you're not trying, when you're just allowing. But you've minimized these moments because they don't look productive. The practice is radical. Protect uselessness, schedule time that has no purpose, no goal, no outcome. Time where you're explicitly not improving anything, not learning, not networking, not optimizing, just being a human animal experiencing existence. This isn't meditation with a timer and an app tracking your streak. This is just sitting on your porch, watching weather, noticing how shadows change, listening to sounds without labeling them, existing without commentary. The resistance will be intense. Your mind will scream that this is wasteful, that you should be doing something, that there's a better use of this time. That's not wisdom. That's conditioning. That's the voice of a culture that needs you productive to profit from you. Quiet moments are where you remember what matters, where the urgent falls away and the important becomes visible, where you reconnect with the part of you that exists beyond roles, beyond achievement, beyond the performance of life. Children know this naturally. They can stare at a bug for 20 minutes, fully absorbed, no agenda, just fascination. Then we train it out of them. We teach them to be busy, to be useful, to measure their worth by their output, and they lose the capacity for pure presence. You can reclaim it, not by adding something, by subtracting everything, by creating space that isn't for anything, by remembering that you're not a productivity machine, you're a conscious being having a temporary human experience. And that experience includes stillness, includes quiet, includes moments that will never make your resume but might save your soul. Stop running, stop filling, stop proving, just be. Even if it's just for 5 minutes today, 5 minutes of pure, undefended, unproductive existence, that's where your life is actually happening. If stillness scares you, it's time to claim it. Type, I embrace stillness. Number 8. The 13-year principle. 13 years. Let that number sit with you. That's 156 months, 4,745 days, over 113,000 hours. Gone. Not to living, not to building, not to loving or creating or experiencing. Just gone. This isn't theoretical. Research into time use patterns shows the average person loses over 13 years to activities that produce zero lasting value. Not rest, not recovery, not genuine leisure, just empty consumption, just patterns repeated without consciousness, just life leaking away through cracks you didn't know existed. Here's the calculation nobody does. If you live to 80, you get about 29,000 days. Subtract 13 years and you're down to about 25,000. But you sleep for roughly 26 years of your life. That's necessary, so we'll keep it. You're now working with about 19,000 waking days. Subtract childhood before you have real autonomy. Let's say the first 15 years. You're down to around 15,000 days of conscious adult life. 15,000 days to build everything that matters. To create your legacy, to have the relationships that define you, to do the work only you can do, to become who you're capable of being. And you're spending 13 years of that, almost 4,000 days, on absolutely nothing of substance. The Stoic reality is unforgiving. You're going to die. Not someday in the abstract future, actually die. And when that moment comes, you won't think about the time you spent in patterns. You'll think about the moments you were fully alive, and you'll wish desperately that you had more of them. But here's the part that gives this weight meaning. Those 13 years aren't gone yet. They're happening right now, today, this week, this month. Every day you continue unconscious patterns is another day added to the total. The question isn't what you've already lost, it's what you're losing right now while you have the power to stop it. Most people hear this and feel overwhelmed. 13 years feels too big to reclaim, so they do nothing. They keep the patterns because changing seems impossible, but you don't reclaim 13 years at once. You reclaim 1 hour, then another, then another. Small decisions compound into different lives. What would you do with 13 extra years? Really think about it. Would you build something, learn something, love someone more fully, travel somewhere, create something that outlives you? Whatever that answer is, that's what you're trading for your current patterns. The transformation starts with radical honesty. Look at your actual life, not the life you tell yourself you're living, not the life you're planning to live someday. Your actual current daily existence. How much of it would you want to remember on your deathbed? How much of it is building towards something that matters to you? For most people, the answer is painful. Maybe 20% of their time goes to things they genuinely value. The other 80%? Obligation, distraction, avoidance, performance, autopilot. That 80% is where the 13 years hide. Here's the practice that changes everything, the deathbed filter. Before you say yes to something, before you spend an hour on something, ask yourself, if I was dying and reviewing my life, would I be glad I spent time on this? Not guilty about saying no, not obligated, genuinely glad. That filter eliminates most of what's stealing your life. The commitments you resent, the activities that numb you, the relationships that drain you, the habits that serve nothing. When you apply this filter honestly, ruthlessly, your life reorganizes around what actually matters. The 13-year principle isn't about perfection. You'll still waste time. You'll still make mistakes. You'll still have days that vanish into nothing. But consciousness changes the ratio. Instead of losing 80%, maybe you lose 40%, then 20, then 10. Every percentage point you reclaim is months of your life returned to you. Months you get to actually live instead of just survive through. Months that become memories instead of blank spaces. You can't stop time. You can't buy more of it. You can't negotiate with mortality. But you can stop wasting what you have. You can start treating your days like the limited resource they are. You can wake up to your own life before it's too late. The 13 years aren't a sentence. They're a warning. And warnings only work if you listen. This is your wake-up call. Make it real by commenting, "I reclaim my years." You made it here. That means something. Most people would have clicked away by now, back to the patterns we just dissected. But you stayed. You listened. You let these truths land. That's the first step. Awareness. The second step is what you do next. Here's what we covered. Time isn't neutral. Your body keeps receipts you can't erase. Relationships either feed you or bleed you. Stagnation is a choice disguised as stability. Money represents your actual life energy. Unconscious habits steal years silently. Quiet moments hold what busyness destroys, and 13 years of your life are at stake right now. These aren't abstract ideas. They're not motivational fluff to feel good about for 10 minutes. They're surgical tools, each one designed to cut away something that's been draining you. The question is whether you'll use them. Nothing changes if you just consume this and move on. Change requires action. One decision, one boundary, one pattern broken, one moment reclaimed. Start there. Not with your whole life, with today, with the next hour, with the choice right in front of you. The Stoics didn't philosophize from comfort. They wrote these principles while facing death, exile, and loss. They knew that life is short, and most people waste it. They left us a map. not to happiness, to clarity, to living deliberately instead of defaulting unconsciously. Your 13 years are waiting, not in the future, right now. In the patterns, you'll either continue or break. In the awareness, you'll either act on or ignore. In the life, you'll either reclaim or keep losing. So, here's what I need from you one more time. Hit that like button if this resonated. Drop a comment with which principle hit you hardest. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. Subscribe to this channel because we're just getting started. And most importantly, do something different today. One thing. That's how you take your life back. The clock is running. Make it count. Seal your commitment to change. Drop this final affirmation. I choose my life. Hey, warriors. You ever notice how some people just glow differently? Not because they're louder or richer or more successful by society's standards, but because they move through life like they know something the rest of us forgot. They don't seek permission. They don't apologize for their choices. They don't seem shaken by the chaos around them. That's not luck. That's what happens when someone starts thinking for themselves. Epictetus once said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." And real freedom starts in your mind. The moment you stop outsourcing your thinking to others, everything shifts. Your entire reality reconstructs itself. See, most of us inherited our lives. We didn't choose them. We accepted the blueprint handed to us about what success looks like, what happiness means, what we should want, who we should become. And we spent years building a life that looks good on paper but feels hollow in our chest. Then one day, something cracks. Maybe it's loss. Maybe it's exhaustion. Maybe it's just a quiet moment where you realize you don't recognize yourself anymore. And you ask the question that changes everything. What if I stopped doing what I'm supposed to do and started doing what actually matters to me? That question is dangerous, because once you ask it, you can't unknow the answer. This video isn't about rebellion. It's not about rejecting everything and everyone. It's about waking up to the reality that your mind is yours, your life is yours, and no one else can live it for you. What I'm about to share with you are the real shifts that happen when you reclaim your thinking. These aren't theories. These are the actual transformations you'll experience. So hit that like button, drop a comment below, share this with someone ready to wake up, subscribe to this channel, and don't skip a single part of this video. Each piece builds the foundation for the next. If you're ready to reclaim your mental freedom, drop this in the comments. My mind is mine alone. Let's get into it. Number 1. You stop living on autopilot. There's a version of you that goes through the motions, gets up, goes through the day, responds the way you've always responded, avoids what you've always avoided, chooses what you've always chosen, and never once stops to ask if any of it still fits who you're becoming. That version of you isn't living, it's repeating. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." But you can't be present when you're living on autopilot. You're not here. You're running old software, executing old programs, stuck in a loop you didn't design. Most people live their entire lives this way. They react instead of respond. They follow patterns laid down years ago, in childhood, in trauma, in moments they've long forgotten, and they wonder why nothing ever really changes. When you begin thinking for yourself, the first thing that shatters is the automation. You start catching yourself mid-loop. You pause before reacting. You notice the pattern before you repeat it. Let's say someone criticizes you. Normally you'd shut down, or lash out, or people please your way out of the discomfort. That's autopilot. But when you're thinking for yourself, You stop. You breathe. You ask, is this criticism true? Is it useful? Or is this just someone else's pain looking for a target? And suddenly, you're not controlled by the moment anymore. You're in it, but not enslaved to it. Here's what most people don't understand. Autopilot feels safe. It's predictable. You know what's coming because you've done it 1,000 times. But safety isn't the same as peace, and predictability isn't the same as purpose. Living on autopilot means you're performing a role. You're the dependable one, the strong one, the quiet one, the busy one, and you've played that role so long, you forgot it was a costume. You forgot you could take it off. When you stop living on autopilot, you strip away the performance. You stop pretending to be okay when you're not. You stop forcing yourself into spaces that drain you just because you always have. You stop saying yes when everything in you is screaming no. And people notice. They don't always like it. Because your autopilot served them, it made you predictable, controllable, easy to manage. When you wake up, you become unpredictable, and that threatens the system. But here's the truth. You weren't put on this earth to be convenient for others. You were put here to be fully alive, and you can't be fully alive when you're running on someone else's programming. Waking up from autopilot is uncomfortable. It forces you to confront the ways you've been hiding, the ways you've been small, the ways you've abandoned yourself to keep the peace. But once you wake up, once you start choosing your responses instead of defaulting to old patterns, you reclaim your power. You stop being a passenger in your own life. You grab the wheel. And yeah, you might crash a few times, you might make mistakes, but at least they'll be your mistakes. At least you'll be living your life, not the echo of someone else's expectations. If you're done living on autopilot, comment this below. I choose with full awareness. Number 2, you recognize mental programming. Here's an uncomfortable truth. Most of what you believe isn't yours. You didn't sit down one day and carefully choose your values, your fears, your definitions of right and wrong. They were installed, like software, before you even knew what was happening. Your family installed some of it, your environment installed more. Every authority figure, every institution, every voice that claimed to know better than you, they all left their fingerprints on your mind. And you accepted it because you didn't know you had a choice. Seneca said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." Most of your fears aren't based on your actual experience. They're based on warnings you absorbed, stories you were told, dangers that were exaggerated to keep you in line. When you start thinking for yourself, you see the code. You recognize the programming. And once you see it, you can't pretend it's not there. Let me break this down. You have beliefs about money. Where did they come from? Did you examine them, test them, prove them? Or did you just inherit them from people who were broke, scared, or bitter? You have beliefs about what you're capable of. Are they based on evidence? Or are they based on something a teacher said when you were 8 years old? Something a parent implied when they were overwhelmed? Something a partner weaponized during a fight? You have beliefs about what makes you worthy. Love, respect, belonging. Did you choose those standards, or were they imposed by a culture that profits from your insecurity? This is the programming, and it runs deep. The scary part is that you defend it, even when it hurts you, even when it limits you, because it's familiar, because dismantling it feels like dismantling yourself. But you are not your programming. You are the awareness underneath it. You are the one who can observe it, question it, and choose whether to keep it or delete it. When you recognize mental programming, you stop taking your thoughts at face value. You stop assuming that just because you think something, it must be true. You start asking, where did this come from? Who benefits from me believing this? Does this belief serve my growth, or does it keep me stuck? And this is where real freedom starts. because you can't change what you can't see. But once you see the invisible chains, you can break them. You'll notice programming everywhere, in the guilt you feel for resting, in the shame you feel for wanting more, in the fear you feel when you consider disappointing someone. None of that is natural, it's trained, and you can untrain it. This doesn't mean rejecting everything you were taught. Some of it is wisdom, some of it protects you, but you have to sort through it. You have to become the gatekeeper of your own mind. People will resist this. When you share beliefs, you make others uncomfortable, because if you can reprogram yourself, it means they can too. And most people aren't ready to face that responsibility, but that's not your problem. Your problem is living a life built on someone else's fear, and you can't do that anymore, not once you've seen the truth. If you're breaking free from old programming, type this now: I choose empowering beliefs. Number 3, you become harder to manipulate. There's a reason why thinking people are dangerous to broken systems, because you can't control someone who questions everything. You can't manipulate someone who knows how manipulation works. You can't guilt-trip someone who's done the work to separate their worth from your approval. When you start thinking for yourself, you become immune to tactics that used to work on you. The emotional blackmail, the manufactured urgency, the fear-based decisions, the peer pressure disguised as concern. Epictetus said, "He who laughs at himself never runs out of things to laugh at." But more importantly, he who knows himself can't be sold a false version of himself. And that's what manipulation banks on: your disconnection from your own truth. Most manipulation isn't obvious. It doesn't announce itself. It comes wrapped in care, in tradition, in "I'm just looking out for you." It comes from people who genuinely believe they know what's best for your life better than you do. And when you were living on autopilot, when you hadn't examined your programming, that manipulation worked because you didn't trust yourself. You didn't know what you wanted, so you let others decide for you. But when you start thinking for yourself, something shifts. You develop what I call an internal compass, a sense of true north that doesn't move based on who's talking or how loud they're talking or how guilty they're trying to make you feel. You start noticing the tactics. Someone tells you everyone's doing it, and instead of feeling left out, you ask yourself if everyone's direction is where you want to go. Someone says, "You owe me," and instead of collapsing under obligation, you examine whether that debt is real or imagined. Someone tries to rush you into a decision, and instead of panicking, you slow down. Because you know that urgency is often a red flag, that pressure is a tool, that if something is truly good for you, it won't require you to abandon your discernment to obtain it. Here's what people don't tell you. Most manipulation comes from people who love you, from family who wants you to stay small because your growth threatens their comfort, from friends who need you to stay stuck because your progress highlights their stagnation, from partners who need you dependent because your strength challenges their control. They don't see it as manipulation. They see it as protection, guidance, love, and maybe part of it is. But love that requires you to betray yourself isn't love. It's control with a prettier name. When you become harder to manipulate, relationships change. Some people get uncomfortable. They don't like that you're suddenly setting boundaries, that you're saying no without explanation, that you're not rushing to fix their feelings or manage their reactions. They'll call you selfish, cold, changed. And they're right about one thing: you have changed. You've stopped abandoning yourself to keep them comfortable, and if that feels like a loss to them, that tells you everything you need to know about what they valued in the relationship. But here's the beautiful part. When you stop being manipulable, you attract different people. People who respect your boundaries, people who value your autonomy, people who don't need you weak to feel strong. You also make better decisions Because you're not deciding based on fear of rejection or need for approval. You're deciding based on alignment. Does this serve my values? Does this honor my truth? Does this move me toward the life I actually want? And when the answer is no, you walk away. Not with anger, not with drama, just with clarity, because you know your peace is worth more than their persuasion. Becoming harder to manipulate doesn't mean becoming hard. It means becoming solid, grounded, unmovable in your core values while remaining flexible in your approach. It means knowing the difference between being open-minded and being a doormat. If you refuse to be manipulated anymore, declare this: I trust my inner truth. Number 4. You make decisions based on values, not approval. Here's a question that'll make you uncomfortable. How many of your current life choices would you make if no one was watching? If no one would praise you or judge you or even know about it, would you still choose the same path? For most people, the answer is terrifying, because most people aren't living their values. They're performing for an invisible audience, making choices designed to earn applause, avoid criticism, or maintain an image that stopped fitting years ago. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." But you can't be one if you're too busy trying to look like one. You can't live by your values if you don't know what they are, if they're buried under layers of other people's expectations. When you start thinking for yourself, you stop outsourcing your decisions to the approval of others. You stop asking, "What will they think?" and start asking, "What do I actually believe is right?" This is harder than it sounds, because we're wired for belonging. Our ancestors survived by staying in the tribe. Being rejected meant death. So we learned to shapeshift, to mold ourselves to fit, to bury our truth if it threatened our acceptance. But we're not living in those conditions anymore. Being true to yourself won't get you exiled. It might get you criticized, misunderstood, lonely for a season, but it won't kill you. And living a lie might not kill your body, but it'll murder your soul slowly, quietly, until you don't recognize the person in the mirror. Making decisions based on values means you have to know what your values are. Not what you were told they should be, what they actually are. And that requires brutal honesty. Do you value security or growth, comfort or truth, harmony or authenticity? There's no right answer, but there's your answer. And it might be different from your parents' answer, your culture's answer, your partner's answer. And that's okay. That's the point. Let me give you something real. Maybe you stayed in a career that's killing you because leaving would disappoint people who invested in your education. That's approval-based deciding. A values-based decision asks, what do I actually want my life's work to be? What legacy do I want to leave? What would I do if I only had 10 years left? Maybe you're in a relationship that looks perfect from the outside, but feels empty on the inside. Approval-based thinking says stay. Don't be the one who breaks up a good thing. Values-based thinking asks, do I feel loved here? Do I feel seen? Do I feel free to grow? Can I be fully myself? Maybe you keep saying yes to obligations that drain you because saying no feels selfish. Approval-based living. Values-based living asks, is this aligned with how I want to spend my limited time and energy? Does this feed my purpose or just my guilt? When you start making values-based decisions, people will question you. They'll tell you you're making a mistake, that you're being impulsive, unrealistic, ungrateful, and sometimes their concern is genuine, but often it's just discomfort. Your deviation from the script threatens their investment in the same script. You can listen to their perspective. You can consider their input. But ultimately, you have to live with your choices. Not them. You. And you can't live with choices that violate your core being just to keep others comfortable. Values-based living also means you'll make some unpopular choices. You'll turn down opportunities that look good but feel wrong. You'll end relationships that seem fine but aren't fulfilling. You'll disappoint people who had different plans for your life, and that's part of the cost. But the alternative is living someone else's idea of a good life while your own life passes you by, and that cost is infinitely higher. Here's the freedom in this. When you make decisions based on values, you stop second-guessing yourself. You stop lying awake wondering if you made the right call. Because even if it's hard, even if it doesn't work out the way you hoped, you know it was true to who you are. And that alignment brings peace that approval never could. If you're choosing yourself over people-pleasing, write this: I choose values over approval. Number 5. You get comfortable standing alone. There will come a moment when your truth isolates you, when the path you know you need to take diverges completely from the path everyone around you is walking, when your growth requires you to outgrow relationships, spaces, and versions of yourself that others still need you to be. And in that moment, you'll have to choose: do I shrink back to belong, or do I stand alone in my truth? Seneca said, "The whole future lies in uncertainty. Live immediately." And part of living immediately is accepting that your journey is yours alone. No one else can walk it for you. No one else can validate it for you. You have to become your own authority. Most people never develop this capacity. They need consensus. They need someone else to go first. They need proof that it's safe before they take a step. And so, they stay stuck, waiting for permission that will never come. When you start thinking for yourself, you realize that the crowd isn't always right. That popularity doesn't equal truth. That just because everyone is moving in one direction doesn't mean it's the direction you should go. And you get comfortable with that. You get comfortable being the only one who sees what you see, the only one who values what you value, the only one willing to walk a path that hasn't been walked before. This doesn't mean you reject all companionship. It doesn't mean you become arrogant or isolated by choice. It means you stop needing others to agree with you in order to trust yourself. You can have people in your life who don't understand your choices and still love them. You can receive advice and still make a different decision. You can be part of a community without conforming to all its beliefs. But you have to be willing to stand alone when necessary. And that's the part most people can't handle. Because standing alone is uncomfortable. It brings up every childhood wound about not being chosen, every adolescent fear of being different, every adult anxiety about being left behind. But here's what standing alone teaches you. You're enough. Just you. Without the validation, without the support, without the cheerleaders. You in your truth, making choices aligned with your soul. That's enough. You also learn who your real people are. Because some people only want you when you're easy, when you're agreeable, when you're not challenging them to look at their own lives. But the people who love you for real, they'll respect your path even when they don't understand it. Standing alone also sharpens your discernment. When you're used to moving with the crowd, you don't develop strong decision-making muscles. But when you're alone, when the choice is entirely yours, you learn to trust your instincts, to read situations, to know in your gut what's right for you, and over time, something beautiful happens. You stop feeling lonely in your solitude. You start feeling free, because you're not performing anymore. You're not contorting yourself to fit. You're just being, fully, unapologetically, and the right people, the aligned opportunities, the true connections, they find you there, in your authenticity, in your solitude, in your strength. If you're willing to stand alone for what's right, commit by typing, "I stand firm in my truth." Number 6. You control your emotional responses. Most people are emotional puppets. Something happens and they react. Someone says something and they explode. A memory surfaces and they spiral. They believe their emotions control them, that feelings are facts, that if they feel it, they must act on it. But when you start thinking for yourself, you realize something profound. You are not your emotions. You are the one experiencing them. And there's a galaxy of difference between those two things. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Your emotions are not outside events. They're internal weather. And just like you can't control a storm, you can't always control when emotions arise, but you can absolutely control how you respond to them. This is one of the most liberating realizations of your life, because for years you've been told to follow your heart and trust your feelings. But feelings lie. They're shaped by old wounds, unmet needs, distorted perceptions, and chemical reactions in your brain. They're valuable data, but they're not infallible truth. When you develop the ability to observe your emotions without being controlled by them, you become unstoppable. Someone insults you, and instead of crumbling or attacking, you pause. You notice the anger rising. You feel the hurt underneath it. And then you choose how to respond. Maybe you address it calmly. Maybe you walk away. Maybe you realize it says more about them than you and let it dissolve. That's power, real power. Not the power to control others, but the power to control yourself. Here's what most people don't understand. Emotional control isn't about suppression. It's not about pretending you don't feel what you feel or forcing yourself to stay positive when you're breaking inside. That's spiritual bypassing, and it's just as destructive as emotional chaos. True emotional control is about creating space between stimulus and response. It's about feeling the full weight of your emotion, acknowledging it, understanding where it's coming from, and then deciding what to do with it. You feel rage? Good. Feel it. Let it move through your body. But don't let it make your decisions. Don't send that message. Don't burn that bridge. Don't destroy something you built just because you're hurting. You feel fear. Acknowledge it. Ask it what it's trying to protect you from. Sometimes it's warning you of real danger. Sometimes it's just echoing old trauma. You have to discern which one, and then you move forward anyway, with the fear, not controlled by it. You feel sadness? Let yourself grieve. Let yourself cry. Let yourself sit in the heaviness. But don't let it convince you that nothing will ever get better. Don't let it write the story of your future based on the pain of your present. This level of emotional mastery changes everything. Your relationships improve because you're not reacting from your wounds anymore. You're responding from your wisdom. You're not punishing people for triggering you. You're taking responsibility for your healing. Your decisions improve because you're not making them in emotional extremes. You're not quitting your job in a rage, or making commitments in a high, or avoiding hard conversations because you're scared. You're waiting for clarity, for groundedness, for alignment. Your self-respect grows because you're no longer betraying yourself in emotional moments. You're not saying things you don't mean. You're not doing things that violate your values. You're not letting temporary feelings create permanent consequences. People will test this new version of you. They'll try to provoke you the way they used to. They'll push your buttons expecting the old reaction. And when you don't give it to them, when you stay calm and centered, they won't know what to do with you. Some will respect it. Some will escalate. Some will accuse you of being cold or fake or not yourself. But you'll know the truth. You're more yourself than you've ever been, because you're not a slave to every emotional wave. You're the captain of your own ship. And that's when you truly become free. If you're taking control of your emotions, affirm this: I feel deeply. Choose wisely. Number 7. You redefine success on your own terms. Society sells you a very specific picture of success. The title, the income, the house, the relationship status, the milestones you're supposed to hit by certain ages, and if you don't achieve them, you're failing, falling behind, wasting your potential. But when you start thinking for yourself, you realize something radical. You don't have to buy what they're selling. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." True success isn't about accumulation. It's about alignment. It's about building a life that feels right to you, not a life that looks right to them. Most people are chasing a version of success they don't even want. They want the corner office because it proves something. They want the luxury car because it signals something. They want the perfect family photo because it performs something. But inside, they're exhausted, empty, wondering why achievement doesn't feel like they thought it would. That's because they're climbing a ladder leaning against the wrong wall, and no amount of hustle will change the fact that they're heading somewhere they never wanted to go. When you redefine success on your own terms, you stop competing in games you never signed up for. You stop measuring yourself against people who have completely different values, resources, and definitions of fulfillment. You ask yourself the real questions. What does success actually mean to me? Not to my parents, not to my industry, not to strangers on the internet. To me. What kind of life do I want to wake up in? What kind of work do I want to do? What kind of relationships do I want to nurture? What kind of person do I want to become? And your answers might shock you. Maybe success for you isn't a six-figure income. Maybe it's freedom, time, peace. Maybe it's creating something meaningful, even if it never makes you rich. Maybe it's deep relationships over wide networks. Maybe it's adventure over stability. There's no universal definition of success, and pretending there is keeps you trapped in someone else's dream while your own life passes you by. Redefining success also means letting go of timelines. Society tells you when you should achieve things. Graduate by this age, marry by that age, have kids by this age, retire by that age. But your life doesn't follow a script, and forcing yourself into someone else's timeline creates unnecessary suffering. You're allowed to be a late bloomer. You're allowed to change careers at 40. You're allowed to start over at 50. You're allowed to build something slowly instead of chasing rapid growth. You're allowed to choose depth over speed. When you redefine success, you also redefine failure. Because failure is just not meeting someone else's standards. But if their standards aren't yours, then their definition of failure is irrelevant. You didn't get the promotion. Maybe that job was draining your soul, and this is the universe redirecting you. Your business didn't explode overnight. Maybe slow, sustainable growth is more aligned with your values. Your life doesn't look like theirs? Good. It's not supposed to. Here's the uncomfortable part. When you redefine success, people will judge you. They'll think you're not ambitious enough, not serious enough, wasting your potential. And you have to be okay with that, because their judgment is based on their definition, not yours. Your family might not understand why you left a stable career to pursue something uncertain. Your peers might not get why you're not chasing the same mark as they are. Strangers might look at your life and think you're playing small. Let them. Your success isn't a performance for their validation. It's a private alignment between your values and your reality, and only you can measure that. The freedom in this is unmatched. When you're no longer enslaved to external definitions of success, you stop hustling for applause. You stop sacrificing your well-being for status. You stop betraying your values for approval. You build a life that might not impress anyone, but it fulfills you, and that's the only success that actually matters. If you're redefining success on your terms, declare this: peace over applause. Number 8. You ask better questions. The quality of your life is determined by the quality of your questions. Most people ask terrible questions. Why does this always happen to me? Why am I not good enough? What's wrong with me? These questions don't lead anywhere useful. They just reinforce victimhood and helplessness. But when you start thinking for yourself, your questions evolve. They become tools for growth instead of weapons for self-destruction. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And most of that imaginary suffering comes from asking the wrong questions, questions that assume the worst, that reinforce limiting beliefs, that keep you stuck in patterns you claim you want to break. Better questions create better realities. Instead of, "Why does this always happen to me?" you ask, "What pattern am I repeating that creates this outcome?" Instead of, "Why am I not good enough?" you ask, "Whose standard of good enough am I measuring myself against, and do I even agree with it?" Instead of, "What's wrong with me?" you ask, "What am I learning right now?" or "What would serve me better in this situation?" See the difference? The first set of questions shuts you down. The second set opens possibilities. When you ask better questions, you gain clarity. You stop spiraling in confusion and start moving toward understanding. You stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a student of your own life. Better questions also help you navigate relationships. Instead of, "Why don't they love me the way I want?" you ask, "Am I communicating my needs clearly?" Or, "Is this relationship actually aligned with what I value?" Instead of, "Why do they always do this?" you ask, "What boundary have I failed to set or enforce?" These questions put the power back in your hands. They move you from complaint to agency. Better questions also transform your approach to challenges. Most people ask, "How do I avoid this problem?" But thinkers ask, "What is this problem teaching me?" Or, "How is this obstacle redirecting me towards something better?" Most people ask, "What if I fail?" But thinkers ask, "What if I succeed?" Or better yet, "What will I learn either way?" Most people ask, "Is this the right decision?" But thinkers ask, "What decision feels most aligned with who I'm becoming?" The questions you ask yourself shape your internal dialogue, and your internal dialogue shapes your beliefs, and your beliefs shape your actions, and your actions shape your life. So if your life isn't where you want it to be, start by examining your questions. What are you asking yourself every day? Are those questions empowering you or imprisoning you? Better questions also help you cut through noise. When faced with advice, instead of, "Should I take this advice?" ask, "Does this person have results I want? Do they understand my context? Are they projecting their fears onto my situation?" When faced with opportunity, instead of, "Is this a good opportunity?" ask, "Is this aligned with my values? Does this move me toward my vision? Am I saying yes out of excitement or fear of missing out?" When faced with doubt, instead of, "Can I do this?" ask, "Who do I need to become to do this? What's the first small step I can take?" Questions are navigational tools, and most people are using broken compasses, wondering why they keep getting lost. When you start asking better questions, you stop seeking easy answers, because you realize that the right questions are more valuable than quick answers. The right questions lead you to wisdom. Quick answers just lead you to comfort. And comfort is overrated. Growth is where life happens. If you're elevating your thinking, drop this below. I ask empowering questions. Number 9. You develop mental discipline. Here's the truth nobody wants to hear. Your mind is a wild animal. Left untrained, it will run wherever it wants. It'll chase every distraction. It'll replay every trauma. It'll catastrophize every uncertainty. It'll convince you of things that aren't true and talk you out of things that are. Most people live at the mercy of their untrained minds. They think whatever thought appears. They believe whatever narrative their brain constructs. They let their mind drag them into the past or hurl them into imagined futures, rarely spending any time in the only moment that actually exists, right now. But when you start thinking for yourself, you realize your mind is a tool, and like any tool, it needs to be sharpened, directed, and sometimes put down when it's not serving you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, not the quantity, the quality, and quality requires discipline." Mental discipline is the ability to direct your attention deliberately, to choose what you focus on instead of letting your focus be hijacked by whatever's loudest, brightest, or most alarming. It's the ability to interrupt destructive thought patterns and redirect them towards something useful. This isn't easy. Your brain has been running wild for years, maybe decades. It has well-worn paths, neural highways built by repetition, worry, self-doubt, resentment, comparison. These thoughts don't need your permission anymore. They just show up automatically. Mental discipline is about building new roads, new patterns, new defaults. And that takes repetition, patience, and relentless commitment. Let me be clear about what mental discipline is not. It's not toxic positivity. It's not pretending everything is fine when it's falling apart. It's not suppressing difficult emotions or forcing yourself to think happy thoughts when you're in genuine pain. Mental discipline is about sovereignty. It's about not letting your mind run wild with stories that aren't true. It's about catching yourself in the middle of a spiral and asking, is this thought helping me? Is it true? Is it useful? Or is it just my fear talking? It's about recognizing when you're ruminating, chewing on the same problem over and over without solving it, and choosing to redirect. Not because the problem isn't real, but because rumination doesn't solve it. Action does, or acceptance does, but rumination just keeps you stuck. Mental discipline also means guarding what you consume, because your mind is not separate from what you feed it. If you're constantly consuming negativity, outrage, doom, comparison, superficiality, that becomes your mental diet. And you can't expect clarity and peace when you're feeding your mind poison. You become selective, protective. You stop letting just anything into your mental space. You curate your inputs the same way you'd curate your physical diet if you actually cared about your health. This also means being ruthless with your inner dialogue. Most people talk to themselves in ways they'd never tolerate from another human being. Constant criticism, harsh judgments, impossible standards, and they wonder why they're anxious and depressed. Mental discipline is catching that voice and challenging it. Would I say this to someone I loved? Is this voice even mine, or is it an echo of someone who hurt me? Is this thought building me up or tearing me down? And then choosing a different voice, not a fake one, not a forced positive affirmation that you don't believe, but a truthful, compassionate, constructive voice. The voice of someone who wants you to grow, not someone who wants you to suffer. Here's what happens when you develop mental discipline. You stop being controlled by your moods. You have bad days, but they don't derail your entire week. You have anxious thoughts, but you don't let them dictate your decisions. You have painful memories, but you don't let them define your future. You become stable, grounded. People around you will notice. They'll wonder how you stay so calm, how you don't get swept up in drama, how you seem so centered even when everything around you is chaos. It's not because you don't feel things. It's because you've trained your mind to not amplify them, to not spiral, to observe, process, and respond instead. Mental creates space, insight, and wisdom. Because when your mind isn't cluttered with chaos, there's room for something deeper to emerge. Solutions you couldn't see before, perspectives that shift everything, moments of clarity that feel like grace. But you only get there through practice, through daily commitment to training your mind the way you train your body. through meditation, journaling, conscious breathing, deliberate focus, intentional rest, whatever tools work for you. The undisciplined mind is a prison. The disciplined mind is a sanctuary, and you get to choose which one you live in. If you're training your mind for strength, commit with this: I master my mind. Number 10. You reclaim ownership of your life. This is where everything comes together. All the other shifts lead to this one fundamental truth: your life is yours, not your parents', not your partner's, not your employers', not society's, yours. And when you fully accept that, when you stop waiting for permission, stop blaming circumstances, stop outsourcing responsibility, you step into a level of power most people never experience. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And most people are not masters of themselves. They're renters in their own lives, living according to terms and conditions they never agreed to, making choices based on leases signed by people who came before them. But when you start thinking for yourself, you reclaim the deed. You take ownership. Full, complete, terrifying ownership. This means accepting that everything in your life, where you are, who you're with, what you do, how you feel about it, is the result of your choices. Not entirely. Life throws things at you that you didn't choose. Loss, illness, betrayal, injustice. You don't control those, but you control your response. Always. And your response determines your trajectory. Reclaiming ownership means you stop saying, "I have to." You stop saying, "I can't because." You stop saying, "Someday when." You start saying, "I choose to," or "I choose not to." Even when the choice is hard, even when all options are difficult. Because the moment you accept that you're choosing, even if you're choosing the lesser of two evils, you reclaim your power. You're no longer a victim, you're a participant. Let me be honest with you. This level of ownership is uncomfortable. It's easier to blame, to point fingers, to say your life is the way it is because of what they did, what happened, what you didn't get, what wasn't fair. And some of that might be true. Life isn't fair. You might have gotten a raw deal. You might have been hurt in ways that weren't your fault. But here's the hard truth. It's still your life to live. And you can either spend it demanding justice for the past or building something meaningful in the present. You can't do both with full energy. Reclaiming ownership also means accepting that no one is coming to save you. Not your parents, not your partner, not your therapist, not some future version of yourself who magically has it all figured out. You are the one, right now, with all your flaws and fears and limitations. You're the one who has to do the work, make the changes, have the hard conversations, set the boundaries, take the risks. And that's terrifying, because what if you fail? What if you're not capable? What if you try and it doesn't work out? Those fears are real, but they're not a reason to abdicate. Because here's the alternative. You hand your life over to others. You let them decide. You play it safe. You stay small. And one day you wake up at 70 and realize you never actually lived. You just survived. You just complied. You just existed in the margins of someone else's story. That's the real risk. Not trying and failing. Not trying at all. When you reclaim ownership of your life, you also reclaim your mistakes. You stop defending them. Stop justifying them. You own them. I made that choice. It didn't work out. I learned from it. I'm making a different choice now. That kind of accountability is rare. Most people will do mental gymnastics to avoid admitting they were wrong. But you know that admitting you were wrong is how you become right. It's how you grow. You also stop waiting for ideal conditions, for the perfect time, for all your ducks to be in a row. You realize that life is messy, and if you wait for perfect, you'll wait forever. So you start, imperfectly, scared, uncertain, but you start. Because ownership isn't about having all the answers, it's about being willing to figure it out as you go. And here's the beautiful paradox. The moment you take full ownership of your life, the moment you stop needing anyone to rescue you, or validate you, or complete you, that's when you become truly free. Free to love without desperation. Free to work without needing it to define you. Free to fail without it destroying you. Free to succeed without it inflating you. You become whole, not because everything is perfect, but because you're finally, fully, unapologetically in the driver's seat of your own existence. And nothing, no achievement, no relationship, no external validation will ever feel as good as that. If you're claiming full ownership of your life, type this powerful statement: I own my life completely. So here we are. 10 shifts that happen when you begin thinking for yourself. Not theories, not philosophies, real transformations that will reshape every corner of your existence. You'll stop living on autopilot. You'll see the programming. You'll become harder to manipulate. You'll make choices based on your values, not their approval. You'll stand alone when necessary. You'll control your emotional responses. You'll redefine success. You'll ask better questions. You'll develop mental discipline, and you'll reclaim full ownership of your life. But here's what I need you to understand. Knowing this changes nothing. Only doing it does. Only living it does. Only having the courage to apply these truths to your actual life. That's what creates transformation. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." So, stop theorizing about the life you want to live. Stop preparing to start. Stop waiting for permission. Think for yourself. Choose for yourself. Live for yourself. The world needs people who are awake, who are sovereign, who refuse to be controlled, manipulated, or diminished. Be one of those people. If this resonated with you, hit that like button, drop a comment below with your biggest takeaway, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to this channel for more content that challenges you to become who you're truly meant to be. Your life is waiting. Go claim it. If this message awakened something in you, seal it by commenting, "I think for myself." Hey warriors, the first breath you take when you wake up belongs to you, not to your job, not to your problems, not to anyone else, just you. But people hand it over immediately, eyes barely open and they're already prisoners of their own mental chaos. The 1% who control their thoughts before 8 a.m. aren't special. They just figured something out that others never will. Your mind in the morning is wet cement. Whatever touches it first leaves a permanent print. For 99% of people, what touches it is panic, doubt, stress, emptiness. They lose the entire day before the sun finishes rising. They don't even realize it happened. Your whole life gets won or lost in that first hour. Not in the afternoon when you're already exhausted. Not at night when you're replaying what went wrong. Right there, in the silence. Before 8 a.m. Thoughts aren't random, they're planted. If you don't plant them yourself, something else will. Your environment plants them, your memories plant them, your fears plant them. So the 1% grab control early, before the invasion starts. They don't wait around for motivation, they don't hope for a good day, they build it, quietly, with precision. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Waking up at 5 a.m. isn't the point. Waking up different is. Your mind is the most valuable thing you'll ever own. In the morning, the gates are wide open. Everything wants in. Those who win stand guard. They decide what enters. They decide what stays. They decide what shapes the next 16 hours of their existence. You've been taught that willpower is everything, that discipline solves it all, but nobody told you both of those get built or destroyed in the first 60 minutes of your day. You can't discipline a mind that's already been hijacked. You can't willpower your way out of a morning that started in surrender. Marcus Aurelius also said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." People think they're in control because they make decisions and handle responsibilities, but they're not controlling anything. They're reacting to thoughts they didn't choose, reacting to emotions they didn't create, reacting to a mental state they didn't design. Winners don't react in the morning. They create. They set the frequency. They choose the station. Everything else tunes in. This is survival. If you don't control your mind before 8 a.m., you'll spend the rest of your day being controlled by it. That's not living. That's being lived. If you're ready to master your mind before the world wakes, type this in the comments right now. I own my morning. Number 1. They don't wake up. They take command. Waking up and taking command are completely different things. 99% of people wake up and let the day happen to them. Winners wake up and make the day bend. A gap exists between opening your eyes and your mind actually turning on. In that gap, everything gets decided. 5 seconds, maybe 10. People don't even know it exists, but it's there, and it's everything. When you wake up, your brain is transitioning, moving from unconscious to conscious. It's soft, vulnerable, wide open, no defenses yet, no armor. It's booting up. During that boot sequence, you get to choose which programs run first. Winners choose focus, gratitude, intention, strength. Everyone else chooses worry, regret, distraction, weakness. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." They don't roll over. They don't grab comfort. They don't ease into anything. They strike first. They control their breath, their posture, their first thought, because that first thought is the leader. Everything after it either follows or fights it. Your body wakes up before your mind does. In that space, without intention, your mind defaults to whatever it was running before you slept. Old patterns, old fears, old narratives. Winners interrupt that. They don't let yesterday's mental state become today's starting point. They reset, on purpose. Taking command means you don't ask yourself how you feel. You tell yourself. You don't wait to see if you have energy. You decide you do. You don't wonder if today will be good. You declare it will be what you build. This sounds harsh because it is. Morning is not the time for passivity. Being passive in the morning is submission. Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Your mind is a kingdom. Every morning, a moment exists where the throne is empty. If you don't sit in it, something else will. Anxiety will, doubt will, laziness will. Once it sits down, it's hard to remove. But claiming that throne first, claiming it fast and certain, makes everything else bow. Your emotions bow, your impulses bow, your excuses bow. Perfection isn't the goal. Sovereignty is. Refusing to be a passenger in your own head. People spend their entire lives being driven around by thoughts they never invited in. Winners get in the driver's seat before the engine starts. They don't wait to feel ready. They create ready. They don't wait to feel strong. They decide to be strong. That decision, made in the first 90 seconds of consciousness, changes everything. You're not a victim of your mental state. You're the creator of it, but only if you act early, only if you act fast, only if you wake up like you mean it. Winners don't hope for a good morning, they engineer it. That's why they win. Not later, not eventually, right there, before 8 a.m. Write this in the comments and feel it. I lead my thoughts, I lead my day. Number 2, they filter their mind before letting thoughts settle. Your mind doesn't come with a filter. It takes everything, every sound, every feeling, every memory trying to resurface. In the morning, when your consciousness is forming, your mind is at its most absorbent, like a sponge that hasn't learned to be selective. Winners understand this. They know the first 15 minutes after waking up is when mental contamination happens. So they don't let everything in. They filter. Filtering isn't about ignoring reality. It's about deciding which version of reality you focus on first. Multiple truths happen simultaneously. You have problems. You also have strengths. You have things that scare you. You also have things that empower you. The difference. People let their mind grab the heaviest, darkest thought first and carry it into the day. Winners don't allow that. They intercept. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Before 8 a.m., reaction speed is everything. A thought enters. You have 3 seconds, maybe 5, to decide if it stays or goes. People don't even know they have this choice. A worry crosses their mind and they accept it. They treat it like truth, like law, like something they have to live with. But winners treat thoughts like applications trying to open on their computer, and they close the ones that don't serve them immediately. This takes practice, awareness, understanding that your mind is going to offer you garbage every single morning, not because you're broken, because your mind's job is to scan for threats. Remember pain, protect you from repeating mistakes. That's survival mode. Survival mode doesn't care about your happiness. It cares about keeping you alive. So it feeds you fear, doubt, every reason why today might go wrong. Winners don't fight this. They expect it. They wake up knowing their mind is going to try pulling them into darkness, and they're ready. They have a counter-thought prepared, a mantra, a truth they've chosen in advance to replace the lie. When the thought says, "You're not ready," they respond with, "I'm built for this." When it says, "This is too hard," they say, "I've done harder." They don't debate, they replace. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." That's the trap. People suffer in the morning for things that haven't even happened yet. They wake up and immediately imagine all the ways the day could go wrong, all the things that might hurt, all the people who might disappoint them. By the time they get out of bed, they're emotionally exhausted. They've lived through 5 tragedies that never occurred. Winners don't do this. They don't let imagination run wild. They direct it. Filtering your mind means you become the gatekeeper. You stand at the entrance and check credentials. Does this thought help me? Does it make me stronger? Does it move me forward? If the answer is no, it doesn't get in. This isn't pretending everything is fine. This is strategic thinking. Understanding you only have so much mental bandwidth in the morning. You're not wasting it on thoughts that weaken you. People let their mind become a dumping ground. Every regret, every anxiety, every piece of mental trash piles up. Then they wonder why they feel heavy before the day starts. Winners keep their mind clean. They filter ruthlessly. Because of that, they move through the morning with clarity, lightness, mental freedom others haven't felt in years. You don't have to accept every thought your mind offers. You're not obligated to believe every story your brain tells. You're allowed to say no, redirect, choose a different frequency, but only if you do it early, before the thoughts settle and harden into your emotional state for the day. Number 3, they slow down their brain while others speed up. Speed gets worshipped in this world. Fast replies, fast decisions, fast movement. But winners know something that sounds backwards. The fastest way to win the day is to slow down your brain first. While everyone else is speeding up mentally, they slow down, on purpose, strategically, because a fast brain in the morning is a panicked brain, and panic doesn't build anything worth keeping. When you wake up, your nervous system is trying to figure out what mode to enter: fight or flight, rest or digest, safety or survival. The speed at which your thoughts move in the first 20 minutes sends a signal to your entire body about which mode to choose. If your thoughts race, your body assumes there's danger. Cortisol spikes, heart rate increases, muscles tense. You've activated survival mode. Once you're in survival mode before 8 a.m., you're done. You'll be reactive all day. Marcus Aurelius said, "Confine yourself to the present." Winners do this by slowing their brain down on purpose. They don't rush into thinking. They don't jump into planning. They don't let their mind sprint toward the to-do list or problems waiting for them. They sit in slowness, breathe slower, think slower, move slower. Not because they're lazy, because they're calm, and calm is the most powerful state you can operate from. People wake up and their brain immediately goes into overdrive. What do I have to do today? What did I forget yesterday? What's going to go wrong? Who's going to need something? What's the worst that could happen? Their mind is an engine that starts at full throttle. You can't control a vehicle that's redlining. You can only react to it. Winners start their mental engine in idle. They let it warm up, let it find rhythm before pressing the gas. Slowing down your brain is a skill. It doesn't happen automatically. You have to train yourself to resist the urge to think fast. Train yourself to pause, observe, let thoughts come without chasing them. Let feelings exist without drowning in them. This separates people who control their mornings from people controlled by them. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Before you speed up, you have to know where you're going. You can't know where you're going if your brain is already racing. Winners slow down so they can see clearly. Slow down so they can choose intentionally. Slow down so they don't waste energy on mental directions that lead nowhere. Once they've chosen their direction, locked in on focus, then they speed up, not before. The world tries to speed you up. Notifications try. Your own anxiety tries. If you let it, you'll spend the entire day chasing your own thoughts and never catching them. You'll feel busy, but accomplish nothing. Feel exhausted, but have nothing to show for it. That's what happens when you let your brain run wild in the morning. Winners refuse to live like that. They take control of their mental speed. They choose slowness when slowness is needed. Choose stillness when stillness creates clarity. Because they do this before 8 a.m., they enter the rest of the day from power instead of panic. They're not reacting to life. They're responding to it. There's a massive difference. Slowing down your brain doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing one thing at a time with full presence. Thinking one thought fully before moving to the next. Feeling one emotion completely before letting another in. It's the opposite of how others operate. That's exactly why it works. Number 4. They cut off mental noise before it multiplies. Mental noise doesn't start loud. It starts as a whisper, a small doubt, a tiny worry, a fleeting distraction. But if you don't cut it off immediately, it multiplies. One thought becomes 2. 2 become 5. 5 become 20. Before you know it, your mind is screaming at you and you can't even remember what started it. Winners don't let it get that far. They cut off mental noise the second it appears. Before 8 a.m., before it grows roots. Noise isn't just sound. Noise is anything that takes up mental space without adding value. The argument you replayed 17 times. The thing you can't control but keep trying to solve. The comparison. The judgment. The loop of thoughts that go nowhere but won't stop spinning. In the morning, When your mental defenses are still waking up, noise can take over in seconds. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Winners revoke it. They don't give noise permission to settle. They recognize it, name it, dismiss it. This sounds simple, but it's one of the hardest skills to develop, because your mind wants to engage with everything. Your mind wants to analyze, solve, figure out, even when there's nothing to figure out, even when engaging with the noise only makes it louder. People wake up and the noise starts immediately. A conversation they need to have later, a decision they're avoiding, a fear about something that might not happen. Instead of cutting it off, they entertain it. Let it sit at the breakfast table, let it follow them into the shower, let it ride through the entire morning. By the time they're supposed to be productive, their mind is cluttered, exhausted, too full to focus. Winners operate differently. When mental noise shows up, they don't ignore it. Ignoring doesn't work. It just comes back louder. Instead, they acknowledge it and actively choose to let it go. They say, "I see you. You're not important right now. You don't get my attention." Then they redirect focus to something intentional, something that actually moves them forward. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." Noise pulls you out of the present, drags you into a future you can't control or a past you can't change. Morning is the worst time to let that happen because morning sets your emotional baseline for the day. If you start with mental noise, you carry that frequency into every interaction, every task, every decision. You're half present everywhere because part of you is stuck in the noise. Cutting off mental noise requires speed and discipline. You can't wait until it feels comfortable to let go. Can't wait until you've thought about it enough. You have to cut it off even when it feels unresolved, even when your mind says it's important, because usually it's not. Usually it's just your brain trying to protect you from uncertainty by keeping you busy with useless thoughts. Winners know that mental clarity is their most valuable resource. They protect it like their life depends on it, because in a way, it does. Your quality of life is directly tied to the quality of your thoughts. If your thoughts are noisy, chaotic, uncontrolled, your life reflects that. But if your thoughts are clean, focused, intentional, everything else falls into place. You can't control everything that enters your mind, but you can control what stays, what you give energy to, what you allow to multiply. Winners don't try to stop thoughts from coming. They just refuse to let the wrong ones stay. They cut off the noise, protect the signal, and they do it before 8 a.m. when it's still easy, when it's still just a whisper. Because once the noise gets loud, it's a war. People lose that war because they didn't fight early enough. Winners win because they fight the moment it starts. They don't wait. They don't negotiate. They cut it off and move on. Number 5. They create emotional stability before the first challenge. Emotions don't wait for permission. They show up when they want. In the morning, they show up raw, unfiltered, unmanaged. You might wake up feeling anxious for no reason, or heavy, or irritated, or numb. If you don't create emotional stability before the first challenge hits, you'll get swept away by whatever emotion is running the show. Winners don't leave their emotional state to chance. They build stability on purpose. Before anything tests them, emotions are real, but they're not always true. You can feel afraid when there's no danger, feel sad when nothing bad happened, feel angry when no one wronged you. Your emotions are signals, but they're not always accurate. In the morning, when your nervous system is recalibrating and brain chemistry is balancing, emotions can lie to you, loudly. Epictetus said, "It's not things that upset us, but our judgments about things." Winners understand this. They don't take their morning emotions at face value. Don't let a bad feeling dictate their actions. They create a buffer, a foundation, a baseline of emotional stability that doesn't depend on how they woke up feeling, because they know feelings are temporary, but decisions made based on those feelings can last all day. People wake up and let emotions run the morning. If they feel tired, they move slow. If they feel stressed, they spiral. If they feel unmotivated, they give up before starting. They're reactive to their own internal weather. Because they never stabilize, they spend the whole day being tossed around by emotional waves they didn't see coming. Winners stabilize first. They do this through breath, stillness, affirmations, gratitude, movement. Doesn't matter what the tool is. What matters is they use something to anchor themselves emotionally before the world asks anything of them. They create a calm center. From that center, they can handle anything. Marcus Aurelius said, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." Emotional stability isn't about feeling good all the time. It's about not being controlled by how you feel. Having the ability to feel fear and still move forward. Feel doubt and still take action. Feel heavy and still show up. Winners don't wait to feel ready. They build readiness from the inside out. Construct it intentionally in the first 30 minutes of the day. When you do this, challenges don't hit as hard. Stress doesn't spiral as fast. Disappointment doesn't destroy you. Because you're not starting from zero, you're starting from stable. You've already grounded yourself, already chosen your emotional posture. So when life throws something at you, you don't collapse, you adjust. The difference between someone who falls apart at the first sign of trouble and someone who stays solid isn't talent, isn't luck, it's emotional stability. And emotional stability gets built in the quiet, in the early, in moments before anyone is watching. Winners build it while everyone else is still stumbling around emotionally blind. You don't have to feel perfect to be powerful. Don't have to feel happy to be productive. You just have to be stable. And stability is a choice you make before the day demands anything from you. It's a foundation you pour in the morning so when the weight comes, you don't crack. People wait to see how they feel before deciding how to act. Winners decide how to act and then create the feeling that supports it. That's the difference. That's the edge. That's what makes them unshakable before 8 a.m. Number 6. They lock in one powerful thought and build the day around it. People wake up with 100 thoughts competing for attention. Because they don't choose one, they end up chasing all of them and catching none. Winners do the opposite. They lock in one powerful thought before 8 a.m. and build the entire day around it. Not 10 thoughts, not 5, 1. Because one clear thought executed fully is worth more than 1,000 scattered ideas that go nowhere. This is about focus, but it's deeper. It's about identity, about deciding who you're going to be today before the world tries to decide for you. Winners wake up and ask themselves one question. What's the one thought that, if I carry it all day, will make me unstoppable? Whatever answer comes, they lock it in. Don't second-guess it. Don't workshop it. They claim it and protect it. Seneca said, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Your day is only as good as the thought you build it on. If you build it on fear, every decision will be defensive. If you build it on doubt, every action will be hesitant. If you build it on strength, every move will be intentional. Winners choose strength, choose clarity, choose one empowering thought and let it become the backbone of their day. You wake up. Don't reach for anything. Don't move yet. Sit with yourself for 60 seconds and ask, what do I need to believe today to win? Maybe it's, I am capable. Maybe I am enough. Maybe I finish what I start. Maybe, nothing breaks my focus. Doesn't matter what the exact words are. What matters is you choose one thought that resonates with power, one thought that makes you feel solid. Then you repeat it. Don't just think it once and move on. Repeat it until it sinks in, until it stops being a sentence and starts being a frequency, until your nervous system believes it, until your body feels it. Winners don't rush this part. They know locking in a thought takes more than a passing glance, takes repetition, conviction, speaking it into existence before the noise tries to drown it out. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you let random thoughts dye your soul, you become random, scattered, weak. But if you choose one powerful thought and let it saturate your mind, you become that thought. Embody it. Live it. Everything you do that day becomes an extension of it. Winners aren't trying to think positively about everything. They're trying to think powerfully about one thing. And that one thing becomes their anchor. People don't do this because they think one thought isn't enough. They think they need a whole strategy, a whole plan, a whole system. But winners know systems break down, plans change, strategies fail. But a locked-in thought, that stays, travels with you, holds you together when everything else falls apart. When you lock in one powerful thought, everything else aligns around it. Your actions align, energy aligns, decisions align. You stop second-guessing because you're not operating from confusion. You're operating from clarity. You're not reacting to every trigger because you have a foundation that doesn't move. You've already decided what today is about. That decision protects you from distraction. People wake up and let the day tell them what to think. Winners wake up and tell the day what they've already decided. They don't wait to see how things unfold. They set the tone, establish the frequency, lock in the thought that will carry them through chaos, doubt, fatigue, every moment that tries to pull them off course. You don't need 1,000 affirmations. Don't need a vision board filled with dreams you don't believe yet. You need one thought, one sentence, one truth you're willing to defend all day long. If you lock that in before 8 a.m., make it non-negotiable. Let it become the lens through which you see everything. You will move differently, decide differently, win differently. Winners don't hope for a good day. They engineer it with one powerful thought. That's why they're never lost, because no matter what happens, they know exactly what they stand on. Comment this affirmation: one thought, all day. Number 7. They treat 7:59 a.m. as a psychological deadline. Deadlines create urgency. Urgency creates focus. Winners know this, so they don't treat the morning as an open-ended stretch of time where they can ease into the day whenever they feel like it. They treat 7:59 a.m. as a psychological deadline, a hard stop, a point of no return. Because after 8 a.m., the world wakes up. Once the world wakes up, it wants a piece of you. Winners make sure they've already claimed themselves before that happens. This isn't about the specific time, it's about the principle. Having a cut-off point where you say, before this moment, I belong to me. After this moment, I engage with the world. That boundary is sacred, protected, non-negotiable. Without it, you'll give yourself away before you've even built yourself up. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Winners master themselves before 8 a.m. They use the deadline to force completion, force clarity, force them to stop lingering in bed, stop drifting through thoughts, stop delaying the mental work that needs to happen. They know they have until 7:59 a.m. to do the internal work. When that clock hits 8 o'clock, they're done, locked in, ready. No, I'll do it later. No, I'll get to it when I feel like it. The deadline eliminates negotiation. People treat the morning like it's infinite, like they can take as long as they want to get their mind right. Because there's no deadline, there's no urgency. Because there's no urgency, nothing gets done. They drift, procrastinate, Tell themselves they'll get focused eventually, but eventually never comes. By the time they realize they're not ready, the day is already demanding things from them. Winners don't let that happen. They create artificial pressure. Tell themselves, I have until 8 a.m. to win my mind. After that, it's go time. That pressure doesn't stress them out. It focuses them, makes them move with intention, makes them prioritize what actually matters. When you know you only have a limited window, you don't waste it, you use it. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." The morning isn't short, but people waste it. They waste it on overthinking, waiting to feel motivated. Winners don't wait. They act, move, claim the time they have and make it count. The deadline keeps them honest, keeps them from slipping into comfort, keeps them sharp. When you treat 7:59 a.m. as a deadline, you stop negotiating with yourself. Stop saying, just 5 more minutes. Stop telling yourself you'll do it after coffee. You get up and handle your mental business immediately. Breathe. Ground yourself. Lock in your thought. Cut off the noise. Stabilize your emotions. Filter your mind. Take command. Do it all before the clock runs out. When 8 a.m. hits, you're different. You're not the same person who woke up. You're sharper, calmer, clearer, stronger. You've already won. The rest of the day is just execution. You're not trying to find yourself anymore, not trying to get it together. You already did that. Before the deadline, before the world asked you for anything. People wake up whenever, start their day whenever, get serious whenever. Whenever turns into never. Winners have a line in the sand. That line is 7:59 a.m. After that, it's too late to build yourself. After that, you're either ready or you're not, and they make sure they're ready every single day. This separates people who control their lives from people controlled by them. Winners understand time is the only resource you can't get back. So they don't waste the most important hour. They protect it, maximize it, treat it like the psychological battleground it is, and they win that battle before others even know there's a war. You don't need more time. You need a deadline, a point where you tell yourself, this is it. No more delays, no more excuses. I have until this moment to get my mind right, and I'm using every second. When you do that, when you give yourself a hard stop, everything changes. Suddenly, the morning isn't something that happens to you. It's something you conquer. Winners don't wake up hoping for a good day. They create it. Before 8 a.m., before the noise, before the world gets loud, they take command of their first thought. Filter what enters their mind. Slow their brain down when everyone else speeds up. Cut off mental noise before it multiplies. Build emotional stability before the first challenge. Lock in one powerful thought and build the day around it. Treat 7:59 a.m. like a psychological deadline that can't be moved. Perfection isn't the goal. Intention is. Understanding the morning is the foundation, and if the foundation is weak, everything built on it will crumble. Winners protect their mornings like their lives depend on it, because in every way that matters, they do. You've been given the blueprint. You know what they do. You know why it works. Now the only question is, are you going to join them? Are you going to take control before 8 a.m. or keep giving your mind away to whatever grabs it first? The choice is yours, but winners made their choice a long time ago. That's why they're winning. If this video gave you something valuable, hit that like button. Drop a comment with your affirmation. Share this with someone still losing their mornings. Subscribe to this channel if you're ready to become part of the 1%. We're just getting started. Now go take command of tomorrow, before 8 a.m., before anything else. Your turn. Comment below. I am the 1%. Hey warriors, Every single person watching this video right now is fighting something they have never told anyone about. And that something, it is quietly destroying the way you see yourself. Lust. That word alone makes people uncomfortable, because deep down, everyone knows it. Everyone has felt it. That pull, that hunger, that invisible chain that wraps itself around your mind and whispers to you that you are not enough unless you chase what it wants you to chase. But here is the truth nobody tells you. Lust is not just about desire. It is about emptiness. It is the voice inside you that says, if I just get this one thing, I will finally feel whole. And every single time you chase it, it moves the finish line. Every single time. So you are left running towards something that was never meant to fill you. And the longer you run, the more tired your soul becomes. This video is not about guilt. It is not about shame. It is not about making you feel broken, because you are not broken. You are human. And being human means you were designed to feel deeply. The problem is not that you feel. The problem is that something hijacked your feelings and turned them into a cycle you cannot escape. But cycles can be broken. And today, I am going to show you exactly how. Now, before we go any further, the ancient Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once wrote something that should stop every single one of us in our tracks. He said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Read that again. Let it sit, because the moment you truly understand that your mind is the battlefield, not the world around you, everything changes. Lust does not live outside of you. It lives in the way you think, in the way you respond, in the space between what happens and what you choose to do next. And that space, that is where your freedom lives. This is not about willpower. Willpower is temporary. This is not about discipline alone either. Discipline without understanding is just suffering with a mask on. What I am talking about is something deeper, something that rewires the way your brain works, something that does not just stop the craving. It actually dissolves it from the inside out. The 5 steps I am about to share with you are not from some random list someone made up on the internet. These are rooted in psychology, philosophy, and the real, messy, beautiful process of actually becoming free. Each one builds on the last. Each one goes a layer deeper. And by the time you finish this video, you will not just understand lust differently, you will see yourself differently. Because here is what most people get wrong. They think killing lust means killing desire. They think it means becoming cold, numb, detached. But that is not freedom. That is just another cage with a different name. Real freedom is not the absence of feeling. It is the presence of choice. It is waking up one morning and realizing that something that once controlled every decision you made no longer has that power. And that feeling is indescribable. So, if you are someone who has been stuck in this cycle, if you have tried everything and nothing seems to work, if you have looked in the mirror and wondered why you keep going back to something you know is not serving you, this video was made for you. Every word, every sentence, every single moment of it. Do not skip. Do not fast forward, because every single part of this video matters. Each step connects to the next. And if you miss even one, you miss the whole picture. So right now, before we begin, I need you to do something for me. Like this video, drop a comment, share it with someone who needs to hear this, subscribe to this channel, because this is not just content. This is a conversation, and conversations need people to show up. I am glad you are here. This is your moment to prove yourself. I want you to go to the comments right now and write, "I am stronger than what holds me." Number 1. The awareness shift. Stop fighting, start seeing. The first mistake every single person makes when they decide to fight lust is this. They treat it like an enemy. They wake up one morning full of frustration, full of self-hatred, and they say, "I am going to destroy this. I am going to fight this with everything I have." And for a few days, maybe even a few weeks, it works. They feel strong. They feel disciplined. They feel like they are finally winning. And then one quiet evening, one lonely moment, one single trigger, and everything they built collapses. Not because they were weak, but because they were fighting the wrong way. See, when you fight something, you give it power. You put all your energy into it. You think about it constantly. You become obsessed with the very thing you are trying to destroy. And lust. Lust feeds on attention. It does not care if the attention is positive or negative. It just needs you to look at it. It just needs you to engage. So, the first step to actually killing lust is not fighting it. It is seeing it, truly seeing it, for exactly what it is. This is called the awareness shift, and it is the foundation everything else is built on. The psychologist Carl Jung spent his entire life studying the human mind, and one of the most powerful things he ever said was this: the first stage in healing any dysfunction is bringing it into consciousness. Not fighting it, not denying it, not burying it deeper into the dark corners of your mind where it grows stronger every single night. Bringing it into the light, looking at it directly, understanding its shape, its voice, its pattern. Because the moment you truly see something for what it is, it loses the ability to trick you. And lust is one of the greatest tricksters in the human mind. Think about it for a moment. When lust shows up, it does not introduce itself honestly. It never says, "Hey, I am here to create a temporary feeling that will leave you emptier than before." No, it disguises itself. It shows up as loneliness and says, "I am connection." It shows up as boredom and says, "I am excitement." It shows up as pain and says, "I am escape." It wears so many masks that most people spend their entire lives chasing it without ever realizing what they are actually chasing. So the awareness shift is about removing those masks one by one. Here is how you actually do this in real life, not in theory, in practice. The next time you feel that pull, that familiar tug in your chest or your mind, do not run from it. Do not immediately try to stop it. Instead, pause. Just pause for 10 seconds. And in those 10 seconds, ask yourself one simple question. What am I actually feeling right now? Not what I want. What am I feeling? Are you lonely? Are you bored? Are you sad? Are you frustrated? Are you trying to escape something painful that happened earlier in the day? Because behind every single moment of lust, there is an emotion that has nothing to do with desire. There is a wound that has not been looked at, a feeling that has not been acknowledged. And the moment you name it, the moment you say to yourself, "Oh, I am not actually hungry for this. I am sad. I am lonely. I am hurt," the pull weakens. Not completely, not instantly, but it weakens, because you just took away one of its masks, and a mask that has been removed can never be worn again. This is not a one-time practice. This is something you do again and again. Every single time that pull shows up, you practice seeing it. You practice naming the real feeling underneath. And over time, the masks run out. The tricks stop working. And what is left is just you. Clear, honest, awake. The awareness shift is not about control. It is about clarity. And clarity is the first light that breaks through the darkness. You are not weak for feeling this way. You are human. But you are also someone who now knows the very first move in becoming free. And that knowledge is a seed that, once planted, can never be fully removed. See what is really happening inside you, and you will never be fooled the same way again. Number 2. The emptiness conversation. Feed what actually starves. There is a hunger inside you that food cannot touch, and you have been trying to feed it with the wrong things your entire life. This is the part most people skip. This is the part that makes people uncomfortable, because it requires you to look at something you have been running from for a very long time. It requires you to sit down with the emptiness inside you and actually have a conversation with it, not fight it, not ignore it, not fill it with noise and distraction and endless scrolling. Have a conversation with it, because lust, at its core, is a response to emptiness. It is your mind and your body saying, something is missing, something inside me is not full, and I need to find something, anything to make this feeling go away. And lust promises to do exactly that. It promises to fill the void. It promises to make you feel something so intensely that for a few seconds, maybe a few minutes, the emptiness disappears. But it always comes back, doesn't it? It always comes back because lust never actually filled anything. It just covered it, like painting over a crack in a wall. The crack is still there. The paint just hides it for a while, and eventually the paint fades, and you are standing in front of the same crack you started with, only now you are more tired, more frustrated, more convinced that something is fundamentally wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. You just have not learned how to feed the real hunger yet. The philosopher Blaise Pascal wrote something centuries ago that cuts right through to the center of this conversation. He said, "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. And when you truly absorb what that means, it changes everything. Because sitting quietly alone means sitting with yourself, with your thoughts, with your emptiness, with everything you have been running from." And Pascal was not saying that sitting alone is painful. He was saying that we made it painful by refusing to do it, by filling every single second of silence with something external, something temporary, something that gives us the illusion of being full without ever actually filling us. Lust is one of the loudest ways we do this. So here is the second step, and it is called the emptiness conversation. And it is exactly what it sounds like. You sit with your emptiness. You do not run. You do not scroll. You do not reach for anything outside of yourself. You sit and you listen. Now, this might sound uncomfortable, and it will be, at first. Because when you stop running, when you actually become still, the emptiness does not whisper. It speaks clearly. It tells you exactly what it needs, and what it needs is almost never what you have been giving it. Most of the time, what it needs is meaning. It needs a reason to wake up in the morning that goes beyond survival. It needs connection that is real and deep, and not based on performance or validation. It needs purpose, something that makes your existence feel like it matters, something that makes you feel like you are contributing to something bigger than yourself. These are not things lust can give you. Lust can simulate them for a moment, but it cannot sustain them. Only you can do that, and only when you stop letting lust be the answer to every uncomfortable feeling. Here is how to practice this in your daily life. Once a day, even if it is just for 5 minutes, sit in silence. No phone, no music, no podcast, nothing. Just you and whatever comes up inside you. And when the emptiness shows up, and it will, do not panic. Do not reach for your phone. Instead, ask it this question out loud or in your mind. What do you actually need from me? And then listen, truly listen. The answer will not always come immediately. Some days it will be quiet. Some days nothing will come at all. But over time, over weeks, the emptiness will start to speak more clearly. It will tell you what has been missing. And once you know what is actually missing, you can start filling it with something real, something lasting, something that does not leave you emptier than before. This is not about becoming perfect. This is about becoming honest. Honest with yourself about what you truly need. Because the moment you start feeding the real hunger, the fake hunger, the one lust has been pretending to satisfy, begins to fade, quietly, naturally, without force. You have been starving for something real your whole life. It is time to finally give it to yourself. Your soul has been waiting for this. Prove it by typing this in the comments. I feed my soul now. Number 3. The Rewire. Change the story your brain tells you. Your brain is lying to you, not sometimes, not occasionally. Every single time lust shows up, your brain crafts a story, a beautiful, convincing, perfectly designed story that makes you believe chasing this feeling is the only logical thing to do. And you believe it. Every time. Because the story feels so real. But a story is not reality. A story is just a sequence of thoughts your brain arranged in a way that feels true. And here is the most powerful thing you will ever learn about your mind. You can rewrite that story. Not tomorrow, not someday, right now, in the middle of it happening. This is the third step, and it is called the rewire. The neuroscientist Norman Doidge spent years studying how the human brain changes and adapts. And one of his most groundbreaking discoveries was the concept of neuroplasticity, which simply means this: your brain is not fixed, it is not set in stone. It can be reshaped, rebuilt, rewired. Every single time you think a new thought, every single time you choose a different response to an old trigger, your brain physically changes. New pathways open up, old ones weaken, and over time the patterns that once felt impossible to break become the easiest thing in the world to walk away from. This means that the cycle you have been stuck in is not permanent. It never was. So let us talk about how lust tells its story, because understanding the structure of the lie is the first step to dismantling it. When lust shows up, your brain does not say, I am about to feel a temporary chemical rush that will leave me feeling worse afterward. No. Your brain says something much more seductive. It says, this is what you deserve. You have been working so hard. You have been suffering. You owe yourself this moment of pleasure. Just this once. Just this one time, and then you will stop. And that last part. Just this one time. That is the most dangerous sentence your brain will ever speak to you, because it is never just one time. It is never the last time. And deep down, somewhere beneath all the noise, you already know that. So the rewire is about catching that story in the moment and replacing it with something true, not something harsh, not something punishing. Because guilt and self-punishment are not tools of freedom, they are tools of shame. And shame does not break cycles, shame feeds them. The rewire is about replacing the lie with a quiet, honest, powerful truth. Here is how it works in practice. The moment you notice the story starting, the moment your brain begins its familiar monologue about why you should give in, you stop. You do not argue with it. You do not try to outthink it. You simply say to yourself clearly and calmly, this is a story, not the truth. And then you replace it. You say to yourself, I have felt this before. I know where it leads. I have seen this ending, and I choose something different this time. That is it. That is the whole thing. No dramatic speech, no lengthy inner battle, just a quiet, firm redirection. A gentle but firm hand on the steering wheel of your own mind. And here is what makes this so powerful. Every single time you do this, every single time you catch the story and choose not to follow it, your brain rewires itself. The old pathway, the one that led straight into the cycle, gets weaker, and the new pathway, the one where you see the lie and choose differently, gets stronger. Day by day, week by week, the neural architecture of your mind is literally restructuring itself around your choices. This is not willpower. This is biology. This is science working in your favor the moment you start working with your mind instead of against it. Now, there will be days when you do not catch it in time. There will be days when the story pulls you in before you even realize what happened. And that is okay. That does not mean you failed. That means you are human. The rewire is not about being perfect every single time. It is about practicing again and again until the new story becomes louder than the old one. And eventually it will. Because every single time you choose the truth over the lie, you are casting a vote for the person you are becoming. And those votes add up, quietly, slowly, but absolutely. Your brain has been telling you a story your entire life, but you are not your brain. You are the one who listens to it, and that means you are also the one who gets to decide what to believe. You have that power. You have always had it. Now you know how to use it. This is where your power truly lives. Show me you are ready and write this in the comments. I rewrite my story. Number 4. The anchor. Build something that pulls you back. Freedom without something to hold on to is just falling in a different direction. And that is exactly what happens when people try to break free from lust without first building an anchor. They let go of the old pattern. They feel that rush of hope, that moment of clarity where everything feels possible. And then, slowly, the emptiness creeps back in. Because they removed something from their life without replacing it with something meaningful. And a life without meaning is a life that will always reach for the nearest escape. So, the 4th step is not about letting go. It is about building something to hold on to. This is called the anchor, and it is one of the most quietly powerful forces in the entire process of becoming free. The philosopher Viktor Frankl survived one of the darkest chapters in human history. He spent years in concentration camps during the Holocaust. And through all of that unimaginable suffering, he observed something extraordinary. The people who survived, the people who kept going when everything around them was designed to make them stop, were not the strongest physically. They were not the most fearless. They were the ones who had something to live for, a purpose, a meaning, a reason to keep breathing that went beyond simple survival. Frankl called this concept logotherapy, and he wrote about it in his book, Man's Search for Meaning. His central idea was this: a person can bear almost anything if they know why they are bearing it. And that idea applies directly to what we are talking about today. Because lust thrives in a life without purpose. It fills the space where meaning should be. It becomes the anchor by default when you do not consciously choose one for yourself. And the moment you build a real anchor, a genuine reason to show up for yourself and for your life, lust loses its position. It no longer gets to be the most important thing in your day. Something else does. So what is an anchor? It is not something grand. It is not something that looks impressive from the outside. It is something personal. Something that makes you feel like your life has direction. Something that when you wake up in the morning, it gives you a reason to move forward that is bigger than your cravings. For some people it is creating something, writing, building, making something with their hands or their mind that did not exist before they started. For others, it is serving someone else, being present for a friend, taking care of a family member, contributing to something that has nothing to do with themselves. For others, it is growth itself, the quiet, daily practice of becoming a better version of who they were yesterday, not for anyone else, just for themselves. The anchor does not have to be perfect. It does not have to be impressive. It just has to be real. Here is how you find yours. Sit down with yourself, not to scroll, not to distract, but to think. And ask yourself this one question: if lust did not exist in my life, if I could not use it as an escape, what would I spend my energy on instead? That answer is your anchor. Maybe it has been buried for years under layers of habit and distraction. Maybe it is something you used to care about before lust quietly took over your attention. Maybe it is something you have never explored because you never had the space to. It does not matter. Whatever it is, that is where your energy belongs. And here is the most important part. You do not wait until lust disappears to start building your anchor. You build it now, right in the middle of the chaos, right in the middle of the struggle, because the anchor is not something you go to after you are free. It is the very thing that sets you free. Every single minute you spend on your anchor is a minute lust does not get. Every single ounce of energy you pour into something meaningful is an ounce it cannot steal. And over time, the balance shifts, quietly, naturally, without dramatic effort. The anchor becomes stronger than the pull. And one day, you will look back and realize that lust did not disappear because you fought it harder. It disappeared because you built something so much more important that it simply had no room left. This is not about adding one more thing to a busy life. This is about choosing where your life actually goes. This is about deciding that your days are worth more than temporary relief, that you are worth more than temporary relief. Build your anchor, hold it close, and watch how everything else begins to fall into place. You were never meant to drift. You were meant to intention. Now you know how. Born to build great. If this touched your heart, put this in the comments. I am built for more. Number 5. The surrender. Let go of the war inside. The deepest prison is the one you built yourself trying to be free. And that is exactly where most people end up when they treat their inner battle like a war that must be won. They fight, they resist, they white-knuckle their way through every single day, and slowly, without even noticing, the fighting itself becomes the cage. Because a person who is constantly at war with themselves is never truly at peace. And without peace, there is no real freedom, just a different kind of suffering wearing a noble mask. So the 5th and final step is the hardest one to understand, but it is also the most liberating one you will ever practice. It is called the surrender. And it does not mean giving up. Let that sit for a moment. Because most people hear the word surrender and their entire body tenses up. It sounds like defeat. It sounds like weakness. It sounds like everything they have been taught to resist their entire lives. But true surrender is not weakness. It is the most courageous act a human being can perform. It is the moment you stop fighting something that does not need to be fought anymore. It is the moment you release the grip you have been holding so tightly that your hands have gone numb. The ancient spiritual teacher and philosopher Epictetus understood something about the human spirit that most people never grasp. He taught that peace does not come from controlling everything around you. It comes from accepting what you cannot control and fully owning what you can. He said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." And when you apply that teaching to the battle with lust, something extraordinary happens. You stop treating every moment of desire as a crisis. You stop treating yourself as the enemy. You stop adding layers of shame and judgment on top of an already heavy experience. And in that space, in that quiet space where the war finally stops, something heals. Something that has been wounded for a very long time begins to mend. Here is what the surrender actually looks like in practice. It does not mean you stop caring about your freedom. It does not mean you become passive or indifferent to the patterns in your life. It means you stop believing that the only path to freedom is through constant struggle. It means you allow yourself to be exactly where you are in this moment without adding the weight of where you think you should be. Because here is a truth that nobody talks about. The pressure you put on yourself to be perfect, to never slip, to kill this thing completely and permanently overnight, That pressure is actually one of the things keeping lust alive. The harder you grip, the tighter it holds. The more you hate yourself for feeling it, the more it feeds on that hatred. Lust does not just feed on desire, it feeds on inner conflict. And the greatest inner conflict most people carry is the war they wage against themselves. So the surrender is about ending that war, not with a dramatic moment, not with a grand realization, just quietly, honestly, with a gentle exhale and a whispered acknowledgement that says, I am here, I am human, I am not broken, and I do not have to fight myself anymore to become free. Practice this. When the pull comes, and it will come, do not immediately resist. Do not immediately engage. Just breathe. Let the feeling exist without giving it meaning, without building a story around it, without turning it into evidence that something is wrong with you. Just let it be there the way a cloud passes through a sky. It arrived, it will leave, and the sky remains exactly what it has always been. Vast, untouched, whole. You are the sky, not the cloud, and this is perhaps the most important thing you will take away from this entire video. You are not your cravings. You are not your desires. You are not the darkest thought that has ever crossed your mind. You are the space of those things arise and dissolve. You are the awareness behind every feeling, the stillness beneath every storm, and no craving, no matter how loud, no matter how persistent, no matter how convincing it feels in that moment, can ever change what you fundamentally are. The surrender is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of your peace. It is the moment you stop running from yourself and start simply being. And in that being, in that quiet presence, you discover something that all the fighting in the world could never give you. You discover that you were never truly broken. You were just looking for permission to stop pretending that you were. So here it is. You have that permission now. Release the war, trust the process, and let yourself become who you have always been beneath all the noise. Freedom does not always look like a battle won. Sometimes it looks like a hand finally letting go. You made it to the end, and that alone tells me something powerful about who you are. You did not skip. You did not run. You sat here through every single word, and you allowed yourself to feel something real. And that takes a kind of courage most people will never understand. So, let me leave you with this. You came into this video carrying something heavy, something you have carried for longer than you would like to admit. And maybe right now, in this exact moment, that weight has not completely disappeared. And that is okay. Freedom is not always a single moment where everything changes overnight. Sometimes freedom is a slow, quiet, beautiful unfolding, like dawn breaking after the longest night. It does not arrive all at once. It arrives one breath at a time. You now carry 5 seeds inside you. Awareness, honest conversation with your emptiness, the power to rewrite the stories your mind tells you, an anchor built from something meaningful, and the courage to surrender the war you never needed to fight. These 5 things are not just steps. They are doors, and you have opened them. What you walk through next is entirely up to you. The Stoics believed that a person is not defined by what happens to them. They are defined by who they choose to become in the face of it. And you are choosing right now, in this very moment. You are choosing to become someone who is no longer controlled by something that once felt impossible to escape. And that choice, that single, quiet, powerful choice, is the most important thing you will make today. You are not what you have craved. You are not what you have chased. You are not the version of yourself that felt lost and stuck and convinced that this cycle was permanent. You are something far greater than all of that. You are someone who looked the darkness in the eye and said, I see you, but you do not own me. And that is everything. So, like this video, drop a comment, Share this with someone who needs to hear these words tonight. Subscribe to this channel, because this is not the end of the conversation. This is just the beginning. And I will be here, showing up for you, the same way you showed up for yourself today. The war is over. The real journey starts now. And you are ready. You have already won the hardest battle. Leave this as your very last words in the comments. I am finally free. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying. Thank you for choosing yourself. Hey warriors, silence knows your name. Before the world wakes, before the noise begins, before you become who everyone else needs you to be. There's a moment, a sacred space between sleep and chaos. And in that moment, you get to choose the voice that will walk with you through the day. Most people hand that power away before their feet hit the floor. They reach for their phones. They scroll through other people's highlight reels. They let the outside world tell them who they are before they've even remembered who they wanted to be. But not you. Not anymore. Marcus Aurelius used to write to himself every morning, not proclamations to his empire, not orders to his armies, just simple reminders, words to anchor his soul before the storm of the day began. He understood something most people miss. The conversation you have with yourself in the morning doesn't just affect your day, it creates your life. Your mind is listening, always. It's recording every word you speak to yourself, every judgment, every criticism, every encouragement, and it's building your reality from those recordings. So the question isn't whether you're programming yourself. You are. The question is, are you doing it on purpose? These 5 things you're about to learn aren't just affirmations. They're not positive thinking stickers you slap on a broken mirror. They're truths. Uncomfortable, powerful, life-altering truths that most people avoid because they require something rare. Honest conversation with yourself. The morning is a battleground, and the enemy isn't out there. It's the voice that tells you you're not enough, that you're too late, that you've already failed. That voice has been winning for too long. Today, that changes. What you tell yourself in those first quiet moments will either build armor or create wounds. It will either light a fire or pour water on the embers. And here's what nobody tells you. You don't need to feel ready. You don't need to believe it completely at first. You just need to say it. Truth has a way of growing in the dark. These 5 aren't about becoming someone new. They're about remembering who you've always been beneath the layers of doubt, beneath the scars, beneath the stories you've been told about your limits. Your morning ritual shouldn't feel like a chore. It should feel like coming home, like finally hearing the voice you've been searching for in everyone else. That voice has been inside you all along, waiting for permission to speak. So here's your permission. Before we go deeper, hit that like button. Drop this affirmation in the comments. I choose the voice that builds me. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. Subscribe to this channel. And don't skip any part of this video. This isn't just another motivational video. This is a blueprint for the conversation that will change everything. Number 1. I am exactly where I need to be. You're not behind. Say it out loud, right now. I am exactly where I need to be. Feel how your mind fights it, that resistance. That's years of comparison poisoning your peace. That's every time you measured your chapter 3 against someone else's chapter 20. That's the lie that you should be further along by now. But here's the truth that will set you free. Your timing is not your tragedy. Seneca once wrote to a friend drowning in regret. Begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. He wasn't telling him to ignore the past. He was reminding him that right now, this moment, is the only moment that exists. Everything else is a ghost. You've been carrying ghosts, the person you thought you'd be by now, the dreams you thought would have already come true, the version of your life that only exists in your imagination. And while you've been mourning what isn't, you've been missing what is. Look at where you are. Really look. Not through the lens of disappointment, not through the filter of should have been. Just look at the raw truth of this moment. You're still here. After everything that tried to break you, after every setback that felt final, after every door that slammed in your face, you're still standing. That's not an accident. Every detour brought you wisdom the straight path never would have taught. Every delay was protecting you from something you weren't ready for. Every no was redirecting you toward a yes you couldn't even see yet. But you won't receive what's coming if you're still bitter about what didn't come. When you tell yourself, I am exactly where I need to be, you're not settling. You're not giving up on growth. You're doing something far more powerful. You're accepting the starting line. And you can't run a race you won't admit you're in. This affirmation destroys the comparison trap. Because the moment you accept where you are, you stop measuring yourself against people who aren't even running your race. Their path isn't your path. Their timeline isn't your timeline. Their definition of success isn't yours to carry. Your journey has a purpose that their journey doesn't, and their journey has a purpose yours doesn't need. There's no competition in the universe, only unfolding. Think about a seed buried in dark soil. If that seed could think, it might believe it's behind. It might look at the tree next to it and feel like a failure. But the seed doesn't know that its darkness is necessary, that the pressure is what breaks it open, that being buried isn't the same as being finished. You've been buried, but you're about to break through. When you wake up tomorrow and tell yourself, I am exactly where I need to be, you're making a declaration to the universe. I'm no longer waiting for permission to start. I'm no longer postponing my peace until I achieve something. I'm claiming this moment as sacred, as enough, as the perfect place to begin again. And here's what happens when you do that. The anxiety loosens, the desperation fades, the frantic energy that pushes opportunities away transforms into magnetic calm. People feel it, doors sense it, life responds to it. You stop chasing and start attracting. This doesn't mean you become passive, it means you become powerful. There's a massive difference between striving from lack and building from presence. One exhausts you, the other energizes you. Where you are right now contains every tool you need for where you're going next. The people around you, the resources available to you, the lessons you've already learned, the strength you've already built. It's all here. You just couldn't see it because you were too busy looking somewhere else. So, bring your eyes home. Your current chapter isn't a waiting room. It's not a placeholder until real life begins. This is it. This is your real life, unfolding, messy, imperfect, sacred. And when you tell yourself you're exactly where you need to be, you give yourself permission to stop rehearsing and start living. The universe has never made a mistake with you, not once. Every placement has been intentional. Every season has had meaning, even the ones that hurt, especially the ones that hurt. You are not behind, you are becoming, and becoming takes exactly as long as it takes. Tomorrow morning, before the doubt creeps in, before the comparison starts, say it. I am exactly where I need to be, and mean it. Type this affirmation below and speak it into existence. My timing is perfect. Number 2. I give myself permission to begin again. You don't have to carry yesterday into today. That mistake you made, that version of yourself you're ashamed of, that choice you regret, that person you used to be, you're allowed to put it down. You're allowed to start fresh. You're allowed to begin again, not someday, right now, this morning. Maya Angelou once said, Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. She wasn't talking about perfection. She was talking about permission, the permission to evolve, to learn, to become someone new without dragging the weight of who you were. But you've been refusing that permission. You've been punishing yourself for things you can't change, replaying conversations you can't redo, holding yourself hostage to a past version of you that doesn't even exist anymore. You're not that person. You haven't been for a long time. But you keep wearing their shame like it's your identity. It's not. Every sunrise is an invitation, a cosmic reset button, a chance to write a different story, but you have to accept the invitation. You have to stop believing that your past mistakes have permanently disqualified you from your future possibilities. They haven't. When you tell yourself, "I give myself permission to begin again," you're breaking a cycle that's kept you stuck. The cycle of self-punishment, of believing you don't deserve another chance, of thinking that growth requires perfection instead of progression. Beginning again doesn't erase what happened. It doesn't pretend the past didn't exist. It simply refuses to let the past be the only thing that exists. Think about nature. Every fall, trees let go of their leaves. They don't apologize for it. They don't hold on to dead weight out of loyalty to what once was. They release, they rest, and when spring comes, they bloom again, brand new, without permission from anyone. You're waiting for permission that nature never needed. You're waiting for someone to tell you it's okay to move forward, to forgive yourself, to try again, to want more, to be different. But that permission doesn't come from outside, it comes from you. And it starts with a single decision each morning. Today is not yesterday. That failed relationship, it taught you what love shouldn't look like. You're wiser now. Begin again. That business that didn't work, it showed you what you're capable of risking. You're braver now. Begin again. That habit you broke and picked back up, it revealed the trigger you need to address. You're more aware now. Begin again. That dream you gave up on, it's still there, waiting. You're more prepared now. Begin again. Every ending contains a beginning, but you have to stop mourning the ending long enough to see it. This affirmation is an act of self-compassion, because the opposite of beginning again is staying stuck, and staying stuck serves no one, not you, not the people who need what you're meant to create. Not the world that's waiting for the version of you that's been hiding behind regret. There's a Japanese proverb, fall down 7 times, stand up 8. It doesn't say feel guilty 7 times. It doesn't say punish yourself 7 times. It says stand up, begin again, keep moving, because movement is proof of life, and you're still alive, which means you still have chances, still have choices, still have the ability to turn this day into something different than yesterday. When you wake up tomorrow and say, "I give myself permission to begin again," you're doing something revolutionary. You're refusing to be defined by your lowest moment. You're claiming ownership of your evolution. You're announcing to the universe that you're not done yet. And here's what happens. The guilt starts to fade. The shame loses its grip. The past becomes a teacher instead of a prison. You stop living in the rearview mirror and start driving forward. You stop asking, "Why did I do that?" and start asking, "What will I do now?" That's where your power lives. Not in the past you can't change. In the present, you're actively creating. You are not your mistakes. You are not your failures. You are not the worst thing you've ever done, or the hardest season you've ever lived through. You are what you choose to do next. And next starts now. Tomorrow morning, before the regret whispers, before the shame creeps in, say it out loud. I give myself permission to begin again. Then take one step, one small action toward the person you're becoming, not the person you were, the person you're choosing to be, because you're allowed to choose. You've always been allowed. Number 3, I am worthy of the good that comes to me. You flinch when good things happen. Someone compliments you and you deflect. An opportunity arrives and you question it. Success touches your life and you wait for the other shoe to drop. You've been conditioned to expect disaster, so when grace shows up, you don't know how to let it in. But worthiness isn't something you earn. It's something you stop arguing against. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." He was talking about the stories we don't even know we're telling ourselves. The buried beliefs that whisper, "This is too good for you. You don't deserve this. It's going to be taken away." Those whispers are liars. You've been rejecting blessings because somewhere along the way, someone convinced you that you had to suffer to be valuable. That struggle is the only proof of worth. That ease means you're cheating, that if it comes naturally, it doesn't count. So, you sabotage. You push away the relationship that feels healthy because you're used to chaos. You undercharge for your work because you don't believe your time has value. You apologize for taking up space, for having needs, for wanting more than survival. And all of it stems from one poisonous belief: I'm not worthy of good things. When you tell yourself each morning, I am worthy of the good that comes to me, you're not being arrogant, you're being accurate. You're stating a fact that the universe already knows, but you've been denying. Look at nature. Does the flower question whether it deserves sunlight? Does the bird apologize for singing? Does the ocean ask permission to be vast? No. They exist. They receive. They don't debate their right to the resources that sustain them. But you do. You've been debating your entire life, and while you've been debating, you've been blocking opportunities because you convinced yourself someone else deserved them more. Blocking love because you believed you needed to fix yourself first. Blocking abundance because you thought scarcity was somehow more noble. Worthiness isn't about perfection, it's about existence. You are worthy because you are here, because you breathe, because you are a living, conscious piece of the same universe that creates stars and oceans and mountains. The universe doesn't create anything unworthy. It doesn't make mistakes with life. But your past told you different. Maybe someone withheld love until you performed. Maybe you were taught that your value was conditional, that you had to earn your place at the table, that rest was lazy, that receiving was selfish, that wanting was greedy. Those teachings were wrong, and they've been running your life from the shadows. When good things come to you, they're not accidents, they're not flukes, they're not mistakes that will be corrected. They're the universe operating exactly as it should. Flowers bloom, rivers flow, and good things come to people, including you. You don't need to justify your joy. You don't need to balance every blessing with suffering. You don't need to make yourself smaller so others feel bigger. You don't need to reject gifts because you haven't done enough to deserve them yet. Enough is a myth. You will never do enough to satisfy the voice that says you're not worthy. That voice doesn't operate on logic. It operates on fear, and fear will always move the goalpost. So, stop chasing enough. Start claiming worthy. This affirmation rewires your nervous system, because your body remembers every time you were told you weren't enough, every time love was conditional, every time you had to shrink to be safe, and it's been preparing for rejection ever since. When you say, I am worthy of the good that comes to me, you're teaching your body a new truth. Safety and goodness can coexist. You don't have to brace for impact. You don't have to armor up against blessing. You can soften. You can receive. You can say thank you instead of, I don't deserve this, because you do deserve this. The promotion, the healthy relationship, the financial breakthrough, the peace, the rest, the joy, the second chance, the fresh start, the forgiveness, the love that doesn't hurt. All of it, you're worthy of all of it. Not because you've suffered enough, Not because you've proven yourself, not because you've checked every box on some imaginary list, but because you're human, and being human comes with inherent, non-negotiable, unchangeable worth. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, before the guilt creeps in, before the imposter syndrome starts whispering, say it out loud: I am worthy of the good that comes to me. And when something good happens, don't flinch, don't deflect, don't diminish it. Receive it, like the gift it is. Number 4, I turn my fear into fuel. Fear isn't your enemy, it's your compass. It's pointing you exactly where you need to go. The things that scare you the most. They're not warnings to turn back, they're invitations to step forward. But you've been running from fear your whole life, avoiding the conversation, delaying the decision, choosing the safe path, staying small. And every time you run, fear grows louder, stronger, more convincing. What if you stopped running? What if you turned around and used it? Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison, and when he walked out, he said something that changed history. I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. He didn't wait for fear to disappear, he walked through it. And on the other side was freedom, not just for him, for an entire nation. Your fear is protecting something. Usually it's protecting the old version of you, the one that survived by playing it safe, by not taking risks, by staying invisible. That version served you once, but it's suffocating you now. When you tell yourself, I turn my fear into fuel, you're making a radical shift. You're no longer asking, what if I fail? You're asking, what if this fear is the exact energy I need to succeed? Because it is. Fear and excitement live in the same place in your body. Same racing heart, same shallow breath, same heightened awareness. The only difference is the story you tell yourself about what's happening. One story says, danger, retreat. The other says, opportunity, advance. Same sensation, different outcome. Think about every major breakthrough in your life, every moment you're proud of, every time you surprised yourself with what you were capable of. I guarantee fear was there. Right before you spoke up, right before you made the leap, right before you tried something new. Fear didn't stop you then, it fueled you. But somewhere along the way, you started listening to fear like it was fact instead of feeling. You started treating it like truth instead of a signal that you're about to grow. When you feel fear before a presentation, it's not telling you you're going to fail. It's telling you this matters, that you care, that you're stretching beyond your comfort zone into the place where all growth happens. When you feel fear before a difficult conversation, it's not saying, avoid this. It's saying, this conversation has the power to change something. Pay attention, show up fully. When you feel fear before starting something new, it's not proof you're not ready. It's proof you're alive, aware, standing at the edge of transformation. The people who achieve extraordinary things aren't fearless. They're afraid, and they move anyway. They've learned to reframe fear as evidence they're on the right path. You know that dream you've been putting off? The one that keeps you up at night? The one that whispers to you in quiet moments? Fear is guarding that door, and the only way through is to recognize that the fear isn't a lock. It's a test. It's asking, do you want this badly enough to feel uncomfortable? Do you believe in yourself enough to try even when you might fail? Are you ready to meet the version of yourself that exists on the other side of this fear? Your answer determines everything. When you wake up tomorrow and say, I turn my fear into fuel, you're reprogramming your relationship with discomfort. You're training your brain to see fear as a green light instead of a red one. And here's what happens. The fear doesn't disappear, but your response changes. Instead of freezing, you move. Instead of overthinking, you act. Instead of waiting until you're ready, you become ready by doing the thing that scares you. That's how confidence is built. Not by eliminating fear, by proving to yourself that you can feel it and still function, still perform, still win. Every successful person you admire has felt the same fear you're feeling right now. The difference is they used it. They let it sharpen their focus, heighten their preparation, fuel their determination. Fear is energy, powerful, raw, potent energy, and you get to decide what to do with it, waste it on worry, or convert it into action. Tomorrow morning, before fear convinces you to play small, say it, I turn my fear into fuel. Then do the thing anyway. Make the call, send the message, start the project, have the conversation. Because on the other side of your fear is everything you've been asking for. Number 5. I am stronger than what I've survived. You are not your wounds. You are what grew around them, what learned from them, what refused to let them be the final word. Look back, not to dwell, just to witness. The things you thought would end you, the losses that felt permanent, the betrayals that shattered your trust, the failures that convinced you to stop trying, the moments when giving up seemed like the only reasonable option. You're still here, not unchanged, not undamaged, but here, standing, breathing, capable of reading these words and feeling something stir inside you that remembers what strength actually means. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, "That which does not kill us makes us stronger," but he left out the part where it also makes us wiser, more compassionate, more aware of our own resilience, more grateful for the ordinary moments we used to take for granted. Your scars are not evidence of weakness, they're proof of survival. They're maps of battles you fought when no one was watching, when no one was cheering, when you had every reason to quit and somehow found one reason to continue. When you tell yourself each morning, I am stronger than what I've survived, you're not minimizing the pain. You're not pretending it didn't hurt. You're not rushing past the grief or the anger or the confusion. You're declaring something more powerful. That experience does not define you. It refined you. Most people carry their past like chains. They introduce themselves through their trauma. They build identities around their suffering. They wear their wounds like badges that say, this is why I can't. But you're learning to carry your past like wisdom. There's a Japanese art form called kintsugi. When a bowl breaks, instead of throwing it away or hiding the cracks, they repair it with gold. They make the breaks beautiful. They turn the fracture into the most valuable part of the piece. You are that bowl. The places where you broke, those are where your light gets in now. Those are where your empathy lives. Those are where your strength was forged. Those are what make you irreplaceable. Because anyone can be strong when life is easy. Anyone can stay positive when everything's going right. Anyone can keep going when the path is clear and the destination is guaranteed. But you kept going when the path disappeared, when the destination felt impossible, when every logical reason said, stop. That's not ordinary strength. That's the kind of strength that moves mountains, that changes lives, that inspires others without even trying. And here's what you need to understand. You didn't just survive those things. You transformed because of them. You're not the same person who entered those fires. You're the refined version, the tested version, the version that knows its own capacity. That breakup that destroyed you, it taught you what love shouldn't cost. That job loss that terrified you, it pushed you towards something better. That betrayal that broke your heart, it showed you who deserves your trust. That failure that humiliated you, it killed the part of you that needed external validation. None of it was wasted. None of it was meaningless. All of it was building you, but only if you choose to see it that way, because you can also choose to stay stuck, to let the past define your future, to use what happened as an excuse for what you won't do, to build walls so high that nothing can hurt you, but nothing can reach you either. That's the safe choice, and it will cost you everything. When you say, "I am stronger than what I've survived," you're choosing the dangerous path, the one where you acknowledge the pain but refuse to worship it, where you honor the journey but don't get trapped in it, where you use your scars as evidence of resilience, not reasons for limitations. You're choosing to stop being a victim of your story and start being the author. And that's when everything changes, because suddenly you're not afraid of hard things anymore. You've already done hard things. You're not intimidated by uncertainty. You've already navigated chaos. You're not paralyzed by the possibility of failure. You've already failed and lived to try again. The things that break other people, you've already survived worse. The challenges that seem impossible, you've already done impossible. The future that feels scary, you've already walked through fear and found yourself on the other side. You are not fragile. You never were. You just forgot how many storms you've already weathered, how many times you've rebuilt, how many versions of yourself you've outgrown. Tomorrow morning, before the doubt creeps in, say it out loud. I am stronger than what I've survived. And feel it. Really feel it. Because it's not just an affirmation, it's your history, it's your proof, it's your truth. You are the evidence that resilience is real. The morning doesn't care about your past. It arrives clean, untouched, full of possibility, and it offers you the same gift every single day, the chance to choose the voice that guides you. These 5 things aren't magic words. They won't erase your struggles or eliminate your challenges, but they will change the conversation. The one that happens in the quiet, the one that determines whether you walk into the day as a victim or a creator. I am exactly where I need to be, frees you from the prison of comparison. I give myself permission to begin again, releases you from the weight of yesterday. I am worthy of the good that comes to me, opens the door you've been blocking to fuel, transforms your disadvantage. I am stronger than what reminds you of the power you've always had. 5 sentences, that's all. But spoken with intention, they become the foundation of a completely different life. Tomorrow morning, before you check your phone, before you let the world tell you who to be, speak these truths to yourself, out loud, with conviction, like you're talking to someone you love. Because you are. The world needs the version of you that believes these things, that lives from these truths, that stops waiting for permission and starts claiming what's already yours. This isn't about perfection, it's about direction, and you just changed yours. If this video gave you something valuable, hit that like button. Drop your favorite affirmation in the comments. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. Subscribe to this channel because we're just getting started. Your morning is waiting, and so is the life you're about to build. Post this affirmation below and own it. I speak life into my mornings. Hey warriors, you know what they say about steel? The strongest steel gets thrown into fire twice. First, to melt it down. Second, to burn away everything weak. Your mind works exactly the same way. Right now, you might feel like you're in the fire. Maybe you've been there for weeks, months, maybe even years. Here's the truth nobody wants to say out loud. The fire doesn't stop. But you stop being afraid of it. That's what mental resilience actually is. Not some mystical quality you're born with, not something that just happens to you. It's a choice you make in the hardest moments. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire while disease killed thousands. He lost children, faced betrayal, and woke every day knowing enemies wanted him dead. In all that chaos, he wrote one line that cuts through everything. The impediment to action advances action, What stands in the way becomes the way. He wasn't writing for crowds or for history books. He was writing to himself in the quiet moments, reminding himself that obstacles weren't interruptions to the path. They were the path. This is the core of Stoic philosophy, not accepting defeat, but transforming obstacles into stepping stones. Every setback, every hardship, every moment of suffering becomes raw material for your growth. The Stoics, Epictetus the slave, Seneca the exiled, Marcus the reluctant emperor, learned resilience because life gave them no choice. They discovered you don't control what life throws at you. The weather, other people's actions, the economy, your genetics, random accidents, none of it's in your hands. But you control what you throw back. Every single time. You control your response, your effort, your attitude, your interpretation of events. There's a reason you're here right now, watching this. Something in you knows you're capable of more than what you're currently surviving. You're tired of breaking, tired of feeling fragile, tired of living at the mercy of circumstances. Good. That exhaustion is the beginning of transformation, because comfort doesn't build anything, struggle does. These 10 rules are surgical, designed to rewire how you respond to pressure. They work whether you believe in them or not, whether you're religious or atheist, whether you're young or old. They're based on practice, on repetition, on showing up. When showing up is the last thing you want to do, your mind is lying to you right now, telling you stories about what you can't handle, what you're not strong enough for, what's too much. And you've been believing those stories because they feel true, but feelings aren't facts. The Stoics knew this thousands of years ago. They practiced something called voluntary discomfort, deliberately choosing hard things, not to punish themselves, but to prove to themselves they could survive them. They understood that comfort makes you fragile, ease makes you weak, challenge makes you resilient. Seneca said, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." You are in the friction right now. That pressure you feel, that stress, that difficulty, it's not destroying you, it's shaping you. But only if you let it, only if you engage with it rather than run from it. If you're still here, you're already stronger than you think. Drop this affirmation in the comments. I am forged, not broken. Number 1. Stand when you want to fall. There's a moment in every difficult situation where your body and mind both scream the same thing. Stop, sit down, give up, walk away. This is about that mental collapse that happens right before you are about to make it through. The Stoics called this ascent, the instant where you decide whether to agree with the thought that says you can't continue. Standing when you want to fall isn't about being strong all the time. It's not about never feeling weak or tired or overwhelmed. It's about being strong for one more second, then another, then another. It's about not letting pain or exhaustion make your decisions for you. Most people fall because they make an agreement with exhaustion. They hear the voice that says, "This is too much," and they believe it without question. But that voice isn't truth. It's just your primitive brain trying to conserve energy, trying to protect you from discomfort. Your first instinct under pressure is almost always to retreat. That's biology. Your nervous system is literally designed to protect you from harm, to pull you away from anything that feels difficult or dangerous. But mental resilience is built when you override that instinct with something stronger: purpose, commitment, or simply the determination to prove to yourself that you can. Think about what happens in your body when things get hard. Heart races, breathing gets shallow, muscles tense, palms sweat. These survival responses trigger not just during real danger, but in situations that aren't actually dangerous. A difficult conversation with your boss, a deadline at work, a workout that pushes your limits. Your body can't tell the difference between a lion chasing you and a challenge that will make you better. So you have to tell it. You have to stand there right in the middle of the discomfort and remind yourself, I'm safe. This is just hard, and I can do hard things. Cato the Younger walked barefoot through Rome in winter, while everyone else bundled up in furs and wool. People thought he was crazy, ridiculed him, called him a fool. But he wasn't trying to prove anything to them. He was training his mind to endure discomfort, practicing standing when every instinct screamed, seek warmth and comfort. That's what this principle is about. Practice. You don't build resilience in the moment you desperately need it. You build it in the 1,000 small moments before, where you deliberately choose discomfort over ease. When you stand instead of fall, you're not just enduring, you're sending a powerful message to yourself. You're proving that the story you've been telling yourself about your limits might be wrong. Every time you stand when you want to fall, you rewrite that story a little bit. You add evidence that you're stronger than you thought, more capable than you believed. And that evidence compounds over time. It becomes belief. And belief, the deep down certainty that you can handle what comes, is the foundation of resilience. Most of us fall way before we need to, at 70% of our capacity, 60, sometimes 40. We fall not because we've reached our actual limits, but because we're uncomfortable, and we mistake discomfort for inability. The difference is everything. So next time you feel your knees buckle, mentally or physically, don't ask if you can keep going. Don't negotiate with yourself. Assume you can, then prove it. Take one more step. Hold on for one more breath. Stay in the conversation for one more minute. Stand when everything in you wants to collapse. This is where warriors are made, not in comfort, but in the choice to stand. Type this in the comments. I stand when I want to fall. Number 2, decide your response before life hits. Most people react. They wait for the problem to arrive, then scramble to figure out what to do. By then, it's too late. Emotions have already hijacked the controls. Fear is already driving. Anger is already speaking. And you're left cleaning up the damage afterward, wondering why you always seem to fall apart the same way in the same situations. The Stoics had a practice for this. They called it premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. Every single morning they would sit quietly and imagine everything that could go wrong that day. Not to be pessimistic or to create anxiety, but to be prepared, to remove the element of surprise. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you wake up, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." Now, he wasn't being negative or cynical. He was removing surprise, because surprise is what breaks you. When you expect life to be easy, to be smooth, to be fair, and then it punches you in the face, you collapse. But when you wake up knowing the punch is coming, you can decide in advance exactly how you'll take it. You can prepare your stance, your response, your mindset. Think about the last time you really lost control of yourself. Maybe you snapped at someone you love over something small. Maybe you quit something you should have finished because it got hard. Maybe you spiraled into anxiety, rage, or despair. Now ask yourself honestly, did you decide beforehand how you would situation? Of course not. You walked in blind, reacting in real time, letting the moment decide for you. And the moment will always choose chaos if you don't choose first. This is why resilience isn't spontaneous. It's not something that just happens in the heat of the moment. It's pre-planned, it's rehearsed, it's decided in advance. Here's how. Every single morning, before you touch your phone or talk to anyone, sit for 5 minutes. Just 5. Close your eyes and run through your day. Not the fantasy version where everything goes right and everyone is pleasant, but the real version. The version where your boss criticizes your work unfairly, where your partner is in a terrible mood and takes it out on you, where traffic makes you late to something important, where your body hurts, where plans fall through, where people disappoint you. Then decide, right there in that quiet moment, how you will respond, not how you'll feel. You can't always control that, but how you'll act, what you'll say, what you'll do. Epictetus taught his students to constantly separate what we control from what we don't. He said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." You don't control if someone disrespects you, but you absolutely control whether you let that disrespect live in your head for the next 6 hours. You don't control if you lose your job, but you control whether you spend that night networking and applying to new positions or spiraling into despair and paralysis. When you decide your response in advance, you create a crucial gap between stimulus and reaction. That gap is where freedom lives. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist who survived the horror of Nazi concentration camps, wrote about this gap. He said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." He learned this principle in the worst conditions humans have ever faced. If it worked there, it works anywhere. Be practical about this. Right now, write down 3 situations that consistently break you down. Maybe it's rejection. Maybe it's criticism of your work. Maybe it's feeling ignored, overwhelmed, or disrespected. Now write down, word for word, exactly how you will respond next time. Not a vague idea like, "I'll stay calm." Actual words, actual actions. When someone criticizes my work, I will take 3 deep breaths. I will thank them for their feedback. I will ask 1 clarifying question before I respond. I will not defend myself immediately. That's a decision. That's a plan. That's resilience being built before you need it. The Stoics didn't wing it. They rehearsed their responses the way athletes practice plays over and over until they become automatic. So, when the game started, when pressure hit, they didn't have to think. They just executed what they'd already decided. The strongest people don't react. They respond with intention. Comment this affirmation: "I decide before life hits." Number 3. Carry small victories every day. You want to build resilience? Stop trying to change your entire life in one dramatic moment. Stop waiting for the big breakthrough, the perfect day, the moment when everything finally clicks. That's not how human psychology works. Resilience is built in the mundane, in the small decisions that nobody sees and nobody applauds, in the tiny commitments you make and keep when it would be so much easier to break them. Seneca wrote to his friend, "Each day acquire something that will fortify you against poverty, against death, indeed against other misfortunes as well. And after you have run over many thoughts, select one to be thoroughly digested that day." 1 thing, not 10. Not a complete transformation. 1 small victory that proves to yourself that you're capable of winning. Here's why small victories matter more than you think. Your brain doesn't actually know the difference between a big win and a small one when it comes to building confidence and self-trust. Every single time you do what you said you would do, even if it's tiny, even if nobody else notices, you send a powerful signal deep into your subconscious. I keep my word. I follow through. I don't quit on myself. That signal compounds over time, building an unshakable trust between you and yourself. And that trust is the foundation of all mental strength. Because when hard times come, and they will, you won't doubt yourself. You'll remember all the times you showed up for yourself, all the times you kept going, all the small promises you kept when nobody was watching. Most people set absolutely massive goals, fail immediately within days or even hours, and then feel like complete failures. They announce they're going to work out every single day, eat perfectly, wake up at 5 in the morning, build a business, meditate for an hour, and completely transform their life. By day 3, they've done none of it, and now they have concrete evidence that they can't change, that they're not capable, that they're just not that kind of person. But that's not evidence of inability. That's evidence of bad planning. You don't build resilience by biting off more than you can possibly chew. You build it by chewing what you bite. Every single time. Marcus Aurelius had literally one of the most stressful jobs in all of human history, running an empire, fighting wars on multiple fronts, managing complex politics, making life and death decisions daily. And you know what he did every single day without fail? He wrote. Not long dramatic entries, not philosophical treatises, just short, simple reminders to himself. Small victories in clarity and perspective. He didn't try to solve every problem at once. He focused on doing one thing right, thinking clearly about one problem, making one good decision, then the next, then the next. That's how you build an unshakable mind, not in one heroic moment that everyone sees, but in 1,000 small moments that nobody notices. Here's your framework. Every single morning, write down 3 small victories you will accomplish that day. Not dreams, not wishes, not things you hope might happen, things you will actually do, no matter what. Drink 3 glasses of water, walk for 10 minutes, send 1 email you've been avoiding, read 5 pages of a book, do 10 push-ups, clean 1 surface in your home. These aren't life-changing on their own, and that's exactly the point. They're proof. Proof that when you say you'll do something, you actually do it. And every single piece of proof makes the next hard decision easier. Every kept promise strengthens the next one. The real magic happens in the repetition. 1 day of small victories changes nothing. 100 days changes everything. Because after 100 days of consistently keeping small promises to yourself, you're literally not the same person anymore. You've rewired your brain at a neural level. You've built a pattern of follow-through that becomes automatic. And when life gets hard, when real challenges come, that pattern activates without you even having to think about it. You don't have to wonder whether you can handle it. You already know you can, because you've been handling small, hard things every single day for months. Epictetus taught his students to focus relentlessly on what they could control in the present moment. Not yesterday. You can't change that. Not tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet. Right now. He said, don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. That's what small victories do. They turn philosophy into practice. They turn ideas into identity. You stop being someone who wants to be resilient. You become someone who is resilient. Because resilience isn't what you think or feel. It's what you do, repeatedly, consistently, even when it's small, especially when it's small. Here's the part nobody tells you, the part that might save you on your worst days. Small victories protect you from despair. Because on the days when everything feels completely impossible, when big goals feel miles away, when you can barely get out of bed, you can still win something small. You can still make your bed, still drink a glass of water, still take a shower, still breathe deeply for 60 seconds. Those tiny wins keep you moving forward. They keep the engine running. They remind you that you haven't given up, that you're still in the fight, that you're still capable of something, even if it's small. Stop waiting for the big moment. Just win today, then win tomorrow. String enough small victories together, and one day you'll look back in amazement and realize you climbed the whole mountain. Every giant was built one small step at a time. Let me see this affirmation. I carry small victories daily. Number 4. Act while fear whispers, stop. Fear will never leave you alone. It's wired into your DNA, but that voice now stops you from speaking up, starting the business, having the difficult conversation. The Stoics practiced acting despite it. Marcus wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Fear is just an event in your mind, not a command, not truth, just noise keeping you safe by keeping you small. Fear doesn't warn about real danger anymore. It warns about discomfort, about uncertainty, failure, rejection. Your brain can't tell the difference between actual danger and social discomfort, so it treats both the same, screaming at you to stop." The Stoic practice was simple. Do the thing you're afraid of while you're still afraid. Don't wait for confidence. Confidence comes after action. Seneca said, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." The difficulty is in your hesitation. Think about the last time you avoided something because you were scared. Did avoiding it make fear go away? No, it made it stronger. Every time you obey fear, you teach yourself that fear is in control. Here's how you break it. Act small. You don't need to be brave for an hour. Be brave for 5 seconds. Send the email, make the call, take the first step. In those 5 seconds, you proved fear doesn't own you. Cato practiced discomfort on purpose, wearing simple clothes, walking in cold, fasting. He was teaching his mind that discomfort isn't danger, that you can feel afraid and still function. Write down one thing you're avoiding, because you're afraid. Break it into the smallest possible action. If you're afraid of starting a business, the action isn't launch a company. It's write 3 business ideas. Take the smallest step while fear screams, stop. That's courage. The more you practice acting while afraid, the quieter fear becomes. Not because it goes away, but because you stop believing it. You recognize it for what it is, an overprotective voice that doesn't know what you're capable of. Here's the final truth. Fear's a liar. It says you can't handle rejection, failure, pain. But you've already handled all those things. You survived. Acting while afraid doesn't make you fearless. It makes you unstoppable. Courage isn't fearless. It's fear that keeps moving forward. This affirmation. I act fear. Number 5. Turn pressure into practice. Every difficult moment is a repetition. Every stressful day is training. The Stoics saw life not as happening to them, but for them. A gym for the soul. Marcus wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." He was describing the practice of using obstacles as opportunities to get stronger. Most people experience pressure and try to escape it. They treat pressure like an enemy. But pressure is just resistance, and resistance builds muscle. Your mind doesn't develop resilience in easy moments. It develops when life loads weight on your shoulders and you carry it anyway. Here's the shift. Stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" Start asking, "What is this teaching me?" Traffic isn't wasted time, it's practice in patience. A difficult coworker is practice in emotional regulation. Financial stress is practice in resourcefulness. When you reframe pressure as practice, you stop being a victim. You become a student. Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." He was exiled, lost wealth, faced death threats. Through it all, he turned pressure into wisdom. That's resilience in real time, sitting in the fire and asking, "What can I learn here?" At the end of difficult days, write 3 things. What pressure did you face? How did you respond? What will you do differently? This treats pressure like data. Every stressful moment shows where you're weak. Once you know, you can train that area. The Stoics practiced negative visualization, imagining losing everything, not to be depressed, but to prepare. Athletes visualize high-pressure situations so their mind knows how to respond. Before a stressful meeting, imagine the worst outcome, then decide how you'll handle it. Epictetus was a slave, beaten, disrespected, owned. In that environment, he developed one of the most powerful minds in history. He understood external pressure couldn't touch internal freedom. If he could turn slavery into a training ground for mental strength, you can turn your stress into strength. When you start seeing pressure as practice, you stop fearing it. You expect it. Things that used to break you become things you handle easily. Not because they got easier, because you got stronger. Next time life puts weight on your shoulders, don't buckle. Adjust your stance, breathe, and lift. That weight isn't punishment, it's training. Champions aren't born in comfort, they're forged under pressure. Write this in the comments. Pressure is practice. Number 6. Finish the hardest tasks first. Most people waste their best hours on easy things. They check emails, scroll news, organize their desk. By the time they face the hard task, they're exhausted. The Stoics understood energy is finite. Decision-making drains you. Every choice weakens the next one. So they made the most important choices first. Marcus wrote, "At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being." He faced the empire's problems immediately, while his mind was sharp and will was strong. Here's the psychology. Your brain has limited executive function, the mental resource for decisions, resisting temptations, doing difficult work. Every decision throughout the day depletes this. By afternoon, you're on fumes. That's why you give in to distractions, skip the workout, avoid hard conversations. Not because you're weak, because you're depleted. The solution: every morning, identify the one task you're most afraid of. That's the task you do first. Not after warming up, first, while your mind is fresh and willpower is full. Seneca said, "Begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life." Tonight, write down 3 most important tasks for tomorrow. Rank them. Which scares you most? That's number 1. Wake up, don't check your phone, and start the hard thing. Give it your first hour, best energy, sharpest focus. Everything else can wait. Cato had a reputation for being impossible to corrupt. Why? He practiced discipline in small things first, woke early, followed through on commitments, did hard work before easy work. By the time someone tried to corrupt him, his discipline was automatic. Here's what most people get wrong. They think motivation comes first, then action. Wrong. Action comes first, then motivation. When you start your day with the hard task, you build momentum that carries you through everything else. When you consistently finish hardest tasks first, you build self-trust. You prove you're the kind of person who doesn't run from difficulty. On days when everything feels impossible, you'll remember all the mornings you did the hard thing first. The world will try to steal your mornings. If you let them, they'll consume your best hours. Protect your mornings like your life depends on them, because it does. Your future is built in the first 2 hours after you wake up. Winners attack the day before the day attacks them. Share this affirmation: I finish hard tasks first. Number 7. Learn from pain without becoming bitter. You will get hurt. People will betray you. Life will disappoint you. The Stoics didn't pretend pain wouldn't come. They prepared for how they'd respond. Because pain itself isn't the problem. What you do with it is. Do you let it make you wiser or bitter? Marcus wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed." The event is one thing, your interpretation is another. Bitterness is holding on to pain and refusing to let it transform you. Replaying the betrayal over and over, building walls around your heart, stopping trust because someone hurt you once. That's not strength. That's a cage. The person who hurt you isn't locked in there. You are alone. Learning from pain is different. It's asking, what does this teach me? When someone betrays you, the lesson isn't everyone is terrible. It might be I ignored red flags, or I need better boundaries. When a plan fails, the lesson isn't I'm a failure. It's my strategy was flawed, or I need to adapt faster. Pain without reflection is suffering. Pain with reflection is education. Epictetus was enslaved, beaten, owned. Yet he became one of the wisest men in history by extracting every lesson from that suffering. He didn't become bitter. He used that experience to understand freedom deeper than most free people ever do. He turned pain into philosophy. When something painful happens, give yourself time to feel it. Don't skip this part. Cry if you need to. Rage if you need to. The Stoics felt deeply, but they didn't live there. After you feel it, reflect. Write down what happened, then what it taught you. What boundary did you miss? What pattern are you repeating? What strength did you discover? Seneca was exiled twice, stripped of wealth and status. He could have spent those years bitter. Instead, he spent them writing, thinking, growing. He turned suffering into wisdom that still read 2,000 years later. The difference between learning and bitterness shows up in how you talk about your past. Bitter people say, that person ruined my life. People who learn say, that experience taught me something valuable. Same pain, different response, different life. Bitterness doesn't protect you from future pain. It guarantees it. When you close yourself off, you stop growing, connecting, risking. The Stoics knew safety isn't the goal, growth is. And growth requires staying open even after you've been hurt. Learning from pain doesn't mean forgiving everyone or staying in toxic situations. It means extracting the lesson, setting better boundaries, and moving forward without carrying hatred. Because hatred is heavy, and you need your strength for the journey ahead. So when pain comes, feel it fully. Then ask what it has to teach you. Mine it for wisdom. Let it make you sharper, kinder, wiser, stronger. But don't let it make you bitter. You didn't survive everything just to stop feeling. You survived so you could live fully, pain and all. Your scars can either poison you or teach you. The choice is yours. Drop this statement in the comments. I learn from pain. Number 8. Protect your focus like a fortress. Every notification, interruption, person demanding your time, app designed to hook you, they're all competing for your focus. Most people give it away for free, let their attention get pulled everywhere, then wonder why they never accomplish anything meaningful. Marcus wrote, confine yourself to the present. Not because past and future don't matter, but because your power only exists right here, right now. If you're not present, you have no power. Focus isn't natural anymore. We live in a world engineered to distract us. Phone buzzes, email pings, coworker stops by, thoughts drift. Before you know it, an hour is gone. This isn't an accident. Billion-dollar companies employ psychologists to fragment your attention. Unless you fight back and build a fortress around your focus. The Stoics created space for deep work, time where nothing could interrupt them. Seneca would retreat to think and write. Marcus journaled early morning before the empire demanded attention. They understood important work requires unbroken attention. Real progress happens in long, uninterrupted blocks of focus. Every day you need at least one block of 2 hours where you're unreachable. No phone, no email, no people. Just you and the work that matters most. If you can't find 2 hours, you're lying to yourself. Turn off every notification. Put your phone in another room. Tell people you're unavailable. Close the door and work. Deep work where you disappear into the task completely. The outside world will always try to pull you away. You have to create the boundary. Say no to interruptions, because every time you let something break your focus, you're training yourself that focus doesn't matter. Protecting your focus isn't just about productivity, it's about sanity. When attention is constantly fragmented, stress increases, anxiety rises, you feel overwhelmed. Your brain is exhausted from switching contexts every 3 minutes. Deep focus is rest for your mind, the state where you feel most alive, capable, yourself. Imagine you're about to start deep work. What will try to interrupt you? Your phone? Turn it off first. Your email? Close it. Your family? Tell them you need 2 hours. Your mind wandering? Have a notepad to capture random thoughts. Anticipate the distractions. Remove them before they strike. When you protect your focus consistently, you accomplish more in 2 focused hours than most people do in 2 distracted days. Your work improves, stress decreases. In a world where everyone is distracted, a focused person is unstoppable. Starting tomorrow, build your fortress. Pick your 2 hours. Eliminate every distraction you can predict. Defend that time like it's sacred, because it is. Your attention is your life. Where it goes, you go. Once you spend it, you never get it back. In a world full of distractions, focus is your superpower. Leave this affirmation: I protect my focus. Number 9. Push yourself when no one sees. The world celebrates public victories, the promotion, award, transformation photo, but resilience isn't built on stage. It's built in the dark, in the early morning when your bed is warm and the gym is cold, when you could cut a corner and nobody would know, but you don't. Marcus wrote in his private journal for himself. He was building character in secret. Most people only try when someone's looking. They work hard when the boss is around, are kind when it benefits reputation, show up when there's an audience, but alone the effort stops. Real change doesn't happen in public, it happens in private, in the 1,000 small choices when there's no reward, no recognition, no applause. You know when you're cutting corners, when you're giving half effort, when you're lying to yourself. Every time you do it, you're not just cheating the task, you're breaking trust with yourself. Teaching yourself your word doesn't matter. Commitments are negotiable, you can't be counted on. Once you lose that trust, resilience becomes impossible. Epictetus taught our character is tested in small moments, not grand ones. Real growth happens when you do the right thing, even when it's unpopular, unrewarded, and unseen. When you choose the hard work out over the easy scroll. Keep your promise to yourself, even though breaking it would be easier. Stay honest, even when lying would benefit you. These moments don't make headlines, but they make you. Every day, do one thing that's hard and private. Something nobody will ever know about. Run an extra mile. Write when you don't feel like it. Clean something that's been bothering you. Resist the easy dopamine hit. These actions don't need witnesses. They need you. Every time you follow through in private, you become someone who follows through. Period. Seneca wrote, "Most powerful is he who has himself in his power." Not power over others, power over yourself. The discipline to do what you said you'd do when every part of you wants to do something else. That power is earned in the dark, in the quiet, in moments when no one would blame you for quitting because no one knows you're trying. When you push yourself in private consistently, your public performance improves automatically. Because you're not pretending to be disciplined, you actually are disciplined. People see something different in you. It's the difference between someone who works out for Instagram and someone who works out for themselves. One is performance, the other is transformation. Pushing yourself in private means confronting the gap between who you say you are and who you actually are. You might tell people you're disciplined, but when alone, do you prove it? That gap is uncomfortable, but closing it is how you become the person you pretend to be. Nobody becomes great by accident. It's built deliberately in private, through choices that don't get celebrated, work that doesn't get recognized, discipline nobody sees. What you do in private is who you become in public. Stop waiting for an audience. Stop needing validation. Push yourself when no one sees. Keep the promises you make to yourself in your head. Do the work nobody will ever applaud. That work is the foundation, the basement where resilience lives. Real strength is built in the dark when nobody's cheering. Put this affirmation in the comments. I push when no one sees. Number 10. Let purpose carry you through the storm. You can survive almost anything if you know why you're surviving. But without a clear reason, without a deeper meaning, even small difficulties can feel completely unbearable. The Stoics didn't just endure suffering mindlessly. They connected their suffering to something larger than themselves, something that gave it meaning and direction. Marcus ruled an empire not because he wanted power or glory, but because he believed deeply in duty, in service, in responsibility to something greater. His purpose carried him through wars, plagues, political betrayals, and personal tragedies that would have absolutely broken a weaker man. Most people give up not because the pain is too much, but because they forget why they're enduring it in the first place. They lose sight of their purpose. They stop seeing any connection between today's struggle and tomorrow's outcome. And when that connection breaks, when suffering feels random and pointless, motivation dies, discipline dies, hope dies. That's when people quit, not at the actual hardest point physically, but at the most meaningless point psychologically. When they can't answer the question, why am I even doing this? Viktor Frankl, the psychiatrist who survived the absolute horror of Nazi concentration camps, observed something remarkable. He watched prisoners with a strong reason to survive, a clear purpose beyond themselves, endure what seemed unendurable. Meanwhile, he watched other prisoners who seemed to have everything to live for, youth, health, family waiting for them, simply give up and die. He said, "Those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how." The difference wasn't their circumstances. Everyone in that camp faced the same hell. The difference was meaning. Purpose didn't eliminate their suffering or make it easier, but it gave their suffering context, direction, a point. Here's how you build this for yourself. Don't wait until you're in the middle of the storm to figure out your purpose. Define it now, clearly, specifically, in writing. Not vague concepts like be happy or be successful. Those are outcomes, not purposes. Dig deeper. Who are you actually doing this for? What kind of person do you want to become, regardless of external outcomes? What impact do you want to have on the people around you? What would make your struggle, your pain, your effort worth it even if you never get the results you hope for? Write these answers down. Really write them. And read them every single morning before you do anything else. Because when the storm comes, and it will come, when you're exhausted and hurting and ready to quit, you won't have the mental or emotional energy to figure out why you're fighting. You need to already know. You need it written on your heart. Epictetus taught his students to live according to nature, which he defined as living according to your role and purpose. He said, "Know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly." What he meant is this: once you know your purpose, once you really understand your identity and your role, every single decision becomes simpler. You can filter everything through one question. Does this action serve my purpose? Then do it. Does it contradict my purpose? Then don't. Purpose becomes a decision-making filter that eliminates confusion and doubt. When you're crystal clear on why you're here and what you're building, what to do next becomes obvious. Even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Let's be extremely specific and practical. Your purpose might be raising children who feel genuinely loved and capable and confident. When you're absolutely exhausted at the end of a brutally long day, and your kid wants to talk to you about something that happened at school, that purpose carries you through the conversation. Your purpose might be building genuine financial freedom for your family, so they never have to stress about money. When you want to skip the side hustle after work and just watch TV and relax, that purpose pushes you to work an extra hour. Your purpose might be proving to yourself once and for all that you're stronger and more capable than you've ever believed. When your body is begging you to quit the workout, that purpose pulls one more rep out of you. Purpose isn't some abstract philosophical concept, it's practical fuel for action. Seneca wrote a simple line that changes everything. If a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Without a clear purpose, without knowing where you're actually trying to go, you're just drifting. Every wind feels wrong. Every challenge feels unfair and pointless. Every setback feels like evidence you should just give up. But with a clear purpose, with a destination in mind, even terrible winds, even storms and setbacks can somehow push you forward. Because you know your direction, you know your port, you know why you're sailing, and you're willing to go through storms to get there. The storm doesn't stop being a storm, but it stops feeling pointless. Here's what most people get completely wrong about purpose, and this might free you. They think purpose has to be some grand, world-changing mission. It doesn't. Your purpose can be small, personal, private, and still be powerful enough to carry you through absolute hell. Your purpose might be showing up every day for one person who desperately needs you, honoring the memory of someone you lost by living the life they didn't get to live, proving wrong the voice in your head that said you'd never amount to anything, building something beautiful with your hands, creating art that expresses what you feel, healing yourself so you can one day help others heal. Purpose doesn't have to impress anyone else. It doesn't have to make sense to anyone else. It just has to matter to you, deeply, truly, unshakably. The Stoics also understood something crucial. Purpose evolves over time. Marcus Aurelius started as a reluctant ruler who never wanted the job. Over years of struggle, his purpose clarified, deepened, became more refined. Your purpose at 20 might not be your purpose at 40, and that's completely fine. But you need one, always, at every stage, because a life without purpose isn't actually a life, it's just existence. It's just enduring day after day until you don't have to anymore. And that's not resilience, that's slow surrender. So right now, stop and ask yourself these questions. What's my purpose? Why am I actually here? What would make my struggles meaningful, even if they're hard? And if you don't have absolutely clear answers, find them. Soon. Make this a priority. Because the next storm is coming. Life guarantees it. And when it arrives, you'll need something much stronger than temporary motivation to get through it. You'll need purpose. You'll need a reason so powerful, so clear, so important to you that quitting becomes literally impossible. Not because the pain decreased or the storm got easier, but because the meaning increased. When your why is strong enough, the how doesn't matter. Comment this final affirmation: purpose carries me through. You've made it through all 10 rules because you chose to stay. That choice matters more than you realize. That's resilience showing up already in this very moment. These aren't just concepts to nod at and forget by tomorrow. These are practices to live by daily, when life is calm, and especially when it's chaos. Mental resilience isn't built in a day, or a week, or even a month. It's built in 10,000 days of small decisions, in 10,000 moments where you chose to stand instead of fall, to act despite fear instead of freeze in paralysis, to learn from pain instead of become bitter, and to push yourself when no one's watching instead of taking the easy path, to let purpose guide you when everything else fails and the road gets dark. You don't need perfection. You never did. You need consistency. You need to show up, one rule at a time, one day at a time, one choice at a time. Marcus Aurelius knew his private writings might never be read by anyone. He wrote them anyway, night after night, year after year, because the practice mattered infinitely more than the recognition. That's the final lesson. Do the work whether anyone sees it or not. Build your resilience in private, in the quiet moments, in the struggles nobody knows about. Then use it in public when life demands it. You're not motivated, you're forged. And there's a profound difference. Motivation fades. Forging lasts forever. Hey warriors! You wake up every morning, look in the mirror, and wonder if today will be different. Wonder if this is the day you finally break through. Wonder if you'll ever become the person you know you're meant to be. The truth hits hard. You are the only one standing between who you are and who you could become. Success isn't hiding in some distant future. It's not locked behind doors you can't open. It lives inside you right now, waiting for permission to rise. The best version of yourself isn't a fantasy. It's a choice you make every single day, in every single moment, with every single decision. We spend so much time looking outside ourselves for answers. We chase programs, blueprints, secrets from people who seem to have it all figured out. But here's what nobody tells you. The person you're searching for is already here. Beneath the doubt, beneath the fear, beneath every excuse you've ever made, that person exists, strong, capable, ready. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. That decision starts now, not tomorrow, not when things get easier, not when you feel ready. Now. Becoming your best self isn't about perfection, it's about progress. It's about showing up when you don't feel like it. It's about choosing growth over comfort. It's about looking at your reflection and saying, I'm worth the work. This journey won't always feel good. Some days will test you. Some moments will make you question everything. But every step forward, no matter how small, builds the foundation of who you're becoming. And that foundation is stronger than you think. You don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to see the entire path. You just need to take the first step, then another, then another. Success is built in these small, deliberate moments of courage. The world needs your best self. Your family needs it. Your dreams need it. And most importantly, you need it. You deserve to see what happens when you stop holding back, when you stop playing small, when you finally give yourself permission to rise. Right now, I want you to do something for me. Hit that like button, drop a comment, share this with someone who needs to hear it. Subscribe to this channel because we're building something powerful here together. And whatever you do, don't skip any part of this video. Every point we're about to cover will give you something you can use today to start becoming your best self. Your transformation begins the moment you claim it. Drop this affirmation in the comments. My success starts with me. Number 1. Stop negotiating with your future self. You make deals with yourself constantly. I'll start tomorrow. I'll do it next week. Monday will be different. After this weekend, I'll get serious. You negotiate with the future version of yourself like they're a separate person who'll magically have more discipline, more motivation, more willpower than you have right now. But here's the truth. Tomorrow's you are the same person as today's you. They'll have the same struggles, the same excuses, the same temptations. The only difference is they'll have one less day to make it happen. Every time you push your commitment to tomorrow, you're stealing from your future. Think about it. How many times have you told yourself you'd wake up early, and when the alarm rang, you negotiated? Just 10 more minutes. I'll start tomorrow. One day won't matter. That negotiation happens in a split second, and you lose before you even realize you were in a battle. As Mel Robbins said, you are never going to feel like it. That feeling you're waiting for, the burst of motivation, the surge of energy, the perfect readiness, it's not coming. You have to act before you feel ready. You have to move before you feel motivated. You have to honor your commitments even when every part of you wants to renegotiate. Your best self doesn't make deals with tomorrow. Your best self shows up today, right now, in this moment, with whatever energy, motivation, or willingness you have. Because showing up imperfectly is infinitely better than waiting for the perfect moment that never comes. Every negotiation you make with your future self teaches you that your commitments are flexible, that your word to yourself doesn't really mean anything, that when things get hard, you'll always find a way out, and over time, that pattern becomes who you are. Someone who talks big but delivers small, someone who sets goals but doesn't reach them, someone who wants to change but never actually does. Stop the negotiations. When you set a commitment, honor it. When you make a plan, execute it. When you say you'll do something, do it. No negotiations, no deals, no pushing it to tomorrow. Today is the day. This moment is the moment. You are the person who has to do it. The future version of yourself that you keep making deals with. They're counting on you to stop. They're hoping you'll finally follow through. They're praying you'll stop negotiating and start acting, because every time you push something to tomorrow, you're handing them a heavier load. Start small if you need to. Make one commitment that's non-negotiable, just one. Maybe it's drinking water first thing in the morning. Maybe it's no phone for the first hour. Maybe it's 5 minutes of movement. Whatever it is, make it sacred. No negotiations, no exceptions, no deals. Watch what happens when you stop negotiating. You build trust with yourself. You prove that your word means something. You create evidence that you're someone who follows through. And that evidence compounds. It builds momentum. It creates a new identity. Someone who does what they say they'll do. The negotiations feel harmless in the moment. What's one more day? What's the big deal? But those small negotiations are training you to break commitments. They're teaching you that your goals are optional. They're reinforcing the pattern of starting strong and fading fast. Your best self lives on the other side of those negotiations, on the other side of the excuses, on the other side of pushing things to tomorrow. That version of you is waiting for you to stop making deals and start making moves. Tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Tomorrow isn't easier. Tomorrow is just another today, where you'll face the same choice. Follow through or negotiate. Stop betting on a future version of yourself that doesn't exist. Start honoring the current version that does. The alarm goes off. Don't negotiate. The craving hits. Don't negotiate. The discomfort rises. Don't negotiate. Just do what you said you'd do. That's it. That's how you build your best self. One non-negotiable commitment at a time. Every promise you keep to yourself builds the foundation of who you're becoming. Type this in the comments. I keep my promises. Number 2. Remember your wins, not just your losses. Your brain has a highlight reel, but it only plays the worst moments. Every mistake you've made, every time you fell short, every embarrassing moment, every failure. It replays them over and over until they feel like your entire story. But what about the wins? What about the times you showed up when it was hard? What about the obstacles you overcame? What about the moments you surprised yourself with your own strength? Those moments exist too, but you've trained your mind to skip right past them. This isn't an accident. Your brain is wired to remember threats and problems because thousands of years ago that kept you alive. But you're not running from predators anymore. You're trying to build a life, and you can't build anything solid on a foundation of remembered failures. As Tony Robbins said, where focus goes, energy flows. If you focus on everything you've done wrong, energy will go defeated before you shift. You give yourself fuel to keep moving. Your best self needs evidence that you're capable, not imaginary evidence, real proof from your own life. And that proof already exists. You've already done hard things. You've already survived tough days. You've already made it through moments you didn't think you'd survive. That's not luck, that's strength. Start keeping track. Write down your wins, not just the big ones. The small ones count too. You got out of bed when depression told you to stay down. You had the hard conversation you'd been avoiding. You chose the healthy option when the easy one was right there. You finished something you started. You tried when you were scared. These moments matter. They're building blocks. Each one proves that you're stronger than you think. But if you don't remember them, they fade away like they never happened. And you're left feeling like you never accomplish anything. Keep a list. Put it somewhere you can see it. Add to it regularly. On the days when you feel like you're failing at everything, pull out that list and read it. Remind yourself that you've won before. Remind yourself that you're capable. Remind yourself that your history includes victories, not just defeats. This isn't about ignoring your mistakes. Learn from them. Extract the lesson. But don't set up camp there. Don't let your failures become your identity. You are not defined by what went wrong. You're defined by what you do next. Your mind will fight you on this. It's comfortable in negativity. It knows how to live there. But you have to retrain it. Every time it pulls up a failure, you counter it with a win. Every time it says, "Remember when you messed up," you say, "Remember when I figured it out." This is about balance. Right now, your mental scale is tipped completely toward the negative. You remember every criticism, but forget every compliment. You replay every loss, but skip every victory. That imbalance is killing your confidence. It's making you believe you're less capable than you actually are. Your wins are real. They happened. They count. And they deserve the same space in your memory as your losses. Actually, they deserve more space, because wins show you what's possible. Losses only show you what didn't work that one time. Think about someone you admire, someone successful. Do you think they got there by constantly reliving their failures? No. They learned from mistakes and moved on. They built momentum by stacking wins, not dwelling on losses. You can do the same thing. Start today. Before you go to sleep tonight, write down 3 things you did right. Not 3 perfect things, just 3 things that moved you forward. 3 small victories. 3 pieces of evidence that you're making progress. Do it again tomorrow, and the day after that. Watch how quickly that list grows. Watch how your perspective shifts. Watch how your confidence builds when you have proof, real documented proof, that you're capable of winning. Your best self isn't built on perfection. It's built on remembered progress, on celebrated growth, on acknowledged victories that remind you you're moving in the right direction. Stop giving your failures a loudspeaker and your wins a whisper. Turn up the volume on what you're doing right. Let those moments be loud. Let them take up space. Let them remind you that you're stronger than your worst days. What you celebrate grows stronger in your life. Let me see this affirmation below. I celebrate my progress. Number 3. Close the gap between knowing and doing. You know what you need to do. You've read the books. You've watched the videos. You've consumed the content. You understand the principles. You've got the knowledge. But you're still stuck in the same place because knowing and doing are 2 completely different things. Knowledge without action is just entertainment. It makes you feel productive while you stay exactly where you are. You collect information like it's going to transform you automatically, but transformation doesn't happen in your head. It happens in your hands, your feet, your daily choices. The gap between what you know and what you do is where dreams go to die. It's where potential gets buried. It's where your best self sits waiting while your current self keeps researching, planning, preparing, anything except actually moving. As Leonardo da Vinci said, "I have been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Being willing is not enough. We must do." Those words were true 500 years ago, and they're true right now. You know you should exercise, so why aren't you moving? You know you should eat better, so why is your kitchen full of junk? You know you should save money, so why is your account empty? You know you should start that project, so why haven't you opened the document? The answer is simple but uncomfortable. Knowing is easy, doing is hard. Knowing keeps you safe. Doing requires risk. Knowing lets you stay comfortable. Doing demands that you change, and change, even good change, feels scary. But here's what most people miss. The doing gets easier every single time you do it. The first step is the hardest. The first workout hurts the most. The first draft is the messiest. The first attempt is the scariest. But each time you close that gap between knowing and doing, the gap gets smaller. Start with one thing. Pick the most important piece of knowledge you have right now. The one thing you know would change your life if you actually did it. Not 10 things. One. Then do it today. Not perfectly, not completely. Just start. You don't need more information. You need more action. You don't need another course. You need to use what you already learned. You don't need to understand it better. You need to execute it imperfectly. The gap exists because you're waiting for certainty. You want to know it'll work before you try. You want to feel ready before you start. You want guarantees before you commit. But life doesn't work that way. You build certainty through action, not before it. Your best self lives on the other side of executed knowledge, on the other side of applied wisdom, on the other side of taking what you know and turning it into what you do. That version of you isn't smarter. They're just braver about closing the gap. Stop reading about fitness and start moving. Stop studying success and start building. Stop planning your goals and start working toward them. Stop thinking about the life you want and start living it, one small action at a time. Every day you choose knowing over doing, you reinforce the pattern. You teach yourself that learning is enough, that understanding is the finish line. But it's not. It's the starting line, and you've been standing at the start for too long. The world doesn't reward knowledge, it rewards execution. It rewards the people who take what they know and turn it into something real, something tangible, something that exists outside their head. Close the gap. Today, right now. Take one piece of knowledge and act on it. Then, tomorrow, do it again. Keep closing that gap until there's no space left between what you know and who you are. The distance between your dreams and reality closes with action. Drop this powerful declaration. Knowledge becomes action now. Number 4. Your value isn't tied to your output. You've been taught a dangerous lie, that your worth is measured by what you produce, how much you accomplish, how busy you are, how many items you check off your list, how productive your day was. And when you don't produce enough, you feel worthless. This is killing you quietly. You run yourself into the ground, trying to prove you deserve to exist. You skip rest because rest feels like failure. You push through exhaustion because stopping feels like weakness. You measure your value by your output, and when the output drops, so does your sense of self. But here's the truth nobody tells you. You are valuable simply because you exist, not because of what you create, not because of what you accomplish, not because of how much you do. You matter because you're human, and that's enough. As Brené Brown said, you are imperfect. You are wired for struggle, but you are worthy of love and belonging. Your worth isn't conditional. It's not something you earn. It's something you have right now, exactly as you are. Your best self understands this. Your best self knows that rest isn't laziness, that taking a break isn't quitting, that having a slow day doesn't erase your value. Your best self knows that being human means having limits, and honoring those limits is strength, not weakness. Look at how you treat yourself on unproductive days. The names you call yourself, the guilt you carry, the shame you feel for being tired, for needing a break, for not operating at maximum capacity every single moment. You wouldn't treat a friend that way. So why do you treat yourself like that? You're not a machine. Machines are designed to produce constantly. Humans aren't. Humans need rest. Humans need recovery. Humans need moments where nothing gets done except breathing and existing. And those moments don't make you less valuable. Stop apologizing for taking care of yourself. Stop feeling guilty for needing downtime. Stop measuring your worth by your calendar, your inbox, your to-do list. Those things measure your activity, not your value. And there's a massive difference. Your value is inherent. It exists whether you're crushing goals or lying in bed, whether you're at your peak or in a valley, whether you're producing or recovering. You don't become more valuable on your best days and less valuable on your worst days. You're constant. Your worth doesn't fluctuate with your performance. This mindset shift will save your life. It'll let you rest without guilt. It'll let you recover without shame. It'll let you be human without feeling like you're failing. And ironically, when you stop tying your worth to your output actually improves because you're not running on empty anymore. Give yourself permission to have off days, days where you accomplish nothing, days where you just exist, days where survival is the only goal. Those days don't make you a failure. They make you human, and being human is not a flaw you need to overcome. You don't need to earn your rest. You don't need to hit a certain productivity threshold before you're allowed to stop. You're allowed to rest simply because you need it. That's reason enough. Your best self knows when to push and when to pause, when to work and when to recover, when to produce and when to just be. That balance isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It's understanding that sustainable success comes from honoring your humanity, not denying it. Stop running from rest like it's the enemy. Stop treating your need for recovery like a character flaw. Stop measuring your day by what you produced instead of how you felt, how you grew, how you showed up for yourself. You are more than what you make, more than what you accomplish, more than what you produce. You are a human being, not a human doing, and your being has value that exists completely independent of your doing. Tomorrow, when you wake up, before you think about your to-do list, remind yourself, I am valuable today, no matter what I accomplish. Say it out loud. Let it sink in. Let it change how you move through your day. Your worth is not up for debate. It's not conditional. It's not something you lose when you rest or gain when you work. It just is. And the sooner you accept that, the freer you'll be to become your best self without burning out trying to prove you deserve to exist. Your worth was never up for debate. It just is. Comment this truth right now. I am valuable as I am. Number 5. Build strength through small, hard things. You're waiting for one big moment to prove your strength, one massive challenge that'll transform you, one dramatic turning point. But that's not how strength builds. Strength builds quietly, in the small moments you'd rather avoid. It builds when you wake up on time, even though your bed feels perfect. When you choose water over soda. When you do the workout, when every part of you wants to skip it. When you have the difficult conversation instead of avoiding it. These moments feel insignificant, but they're everything. Your best self isn't forged in comfort. It's forged in the tiny battles you fight every single day, the ones nobody sees, the ones that don't make good stories, the ones that feel pointless in the moment but compound into something powerful over time. As Muhammad Ali said, "I hated every minute of training, but I said, don't quit, suffer now, and live the rest of your life as a champion." The small, hard things you do today create the strong person you become tomorrow. Think of it like building muscle. You don't get strong by lifting heavy weight once. You get strong through consistent resistance. Small weights, repeated often, create real change. The same principle applies to your character, your discipline, your mental toughness. Every time you do something hard when you'd rather do something easy, you're building that muscle. Every time you choose discomfort over comfort, you're getting stronger. Every time you push through when quitting would be easier, you're proving to yourself what you're capable of. Start small. Don't try to overhaul your entire life with massive challenges. Pick one small hard thing and do it daily. Take a cold shower. Wake up 30 minutes earlier. Write for 10 minutes. Do 20 push-ups. Read instead of scroll. The specific thing doesn't matter as much as the consistency. The magic isn't in the action itself. The magic is in doing it when you don't want to, when you're tired, when it's inconvenient, when nobody would know if you skipped it. That's where the strength builds, in the decision to follow through when every part of you wants to quit. These small hard things are training for bigger hard things. When real challenges come, and they will, you'll have built the mental strength to face them. You'll have proof that you can do difficult things. You'll have a track record of not quitting when it gets uncomfortable. Most people avoid discomfort at all costs. They optimize for ease. They choose the path of least resistance every single time. And then they wonder why they feel weak, why they crumble under pressure, why they can't handle adversity. It's because they never trained for it. You're training right now, whether you realize it or not. Every choice is either building strength or building weakness. Every moment of discomfort you embrace is a deposit. Every moment of discomfort you avoid is a withdrawal. Your account is either growing or shrinking with each decision. The beautiful thing about small hard things is that they're accessible. You don't need special equipment. You don't need perfect circumstances. You don't need to wait for the right time. You can start right now, right where you are, with what you have. And the wins come fast. You'll feel the difference almost immediately, not in your circumstances, but in how you see yourself. You'll start to trust yourself more, respect yourself more, believe in yourself more, because you're proving daily that you're someone who does hard things. Your best self isn't comfortable. Your best self is capable. And capability is built one small hard choice at a time, one uncomfortable decision at a time, one moment of resistance at a time. Don't wait for life to force you into hard situations. Seek them out. Embrace them. Use them as opportunities to build the strength you'll need for everything that's coming, because the stronger you are, the more life you can handle, the more dreams you can chase, the more potential you can unlock. Stop avoiding the hard things. Start seeking them. Start small. Stay consistent. Watch how quickly you transform from someone who runs from discomfort to someone who runs toward it, knowing that's where growth lives. Greatness isn't built in grand moments. It's built in the small, brave choices you make daily. Put this in the comments. Small choices build strength. Number 6. Have the hard conversations you're avoiding. There's a conversation you need to have. You know exactly which one. It's been sitting in the back of your mind for weeks, maybe months. Every time you think about it, your stomach tightens, so you push it away. You tell yourself it can wait. You convince yourself it's not that important, but it is. Avoiding hard conversations doesn't make them go away. It just lets them grow. That uncomfortable truth you need to share gets heavier every day you carry it. That boundary you need to set becomes harder to enforce the longer you wait. That conflict you need to address festers until it poisons everything around it. Your best self doesn't run from difficult conversations. Your best self walks straight into them, even when your voice shakes, even when you're not sure what to say, even when you'd rather do literally anything else. As Susan Scott said, the conversation is the relationship. Every conversation you avoid is a crack in a foundation. Every truth you don't speak is a wall you build between yourself and the life you want. Every uncomfortable topic you dodge keeps you stuck in situations that don't serve you. Think about what you're protecting by staying silent. Temporary comfort, false peace, someone else's feelings while you sacrifice your own. None of that is worth the cost. The cost is your peace of mind, your self-respect, your authentic relationships, your growth. Having the hard conversation doesn't mean being cruel. It doesn't mean attacking. It doesn't mean burning bridges. It means being honest with kindness. It means saying what needs to be said with respect for both yourself and the other person. It means valuing truth over comfort. The conversation you're avoiding might be with someone else, but sometimes it's with yourself. The truth you won't admit, the dream you won't acknowledge, the change you won't accept. Those internal conversations are just as important, maybe more important. Start preparing, not by rehearsing perfect words, but by getting clear on your truth. What do you need to say? What boundary needs to be set? What feeling needs to be expressed? What reality needs to be acknowledged? Get clear first, then find the courage to speak. The fear you feel before the conversation is almost always worse than the conversation itself. Your mind creates catastrophic scenarios. You imagine the worst possible outcomes, but when you finally have the conversation, most of that fear dissolves. Even if it's difficult, it's rarely as bad as you imagined. And here's what happens on the other side: freedom, relief, clarity. Even if the conversation doesn't go perfectly, you'll feel lighter because you spoke your truth. You'll respect yourself more because you didn't hide. You'll be stronger because you faced what you were afraid of. Some hard conversations will end relationships. That's okay. Relationships that can't survive honesty weren't healthy to begin with. Your truth is a filter. It shows you who can handle the real you and who only wants the version of you that never rocks the boat. Other hard conversations will strengthen relationships. They'll create deeper trust. They'll clear the air. They'll establish real understanding. The people who can sit with you in uncomfortable truth are the people worth keeping close. Either way, you win. Either you free yourself from unhealthy dynamics, or you build stronger, more authentic connections. But you only get there by having the conversation. Silence keeps everything exactly as it is. And if where you are isn't working, silence is your enemy. Stop waiting for the perfect time. There isn't one. Stop waiting for the perfect words. You'll find them as you speak. Stop waiting for the courage to feel easy. It won't. Do it scared. Do it imperfectly. Just do it. Your best self lives on the other side of that conversation. The one that's been waiting. The one you keep postponing. The one that makes your heart race when you think about it. That conversation is the bridge between who you are and who you're becoming. Set a deadline. Tell yourself, by this date, I will have this conversation. Then honor that deadline like your growth depends on it, because it does. Every day you wait is a day you stay stuck. Every day you avoid it is a day you choose temporary comfort over permanent freedom. Write down what you need to say if that helps. Practice in the mirror. Talk to a friend first. Do whatever you need to do to prepare. But don't let preparation become another form of avoidance. At some point, you have to stop preparing and start speaking. The hard conversations are where transformation happens, where boundaries get set, where truth gets told, where relationships either deepen or end, where you prove to yourself that you can do difficult things, where your best self emerges. Stop running, turn around, face it, have the conversation. Watch how much lighter you feel when you stop carrying what needs to be said. Your voice carries power when you choose to use it. Declare this below: I speak my truth. Number 7. Stop measuring yourself against others. You scroll through your phone and see everyone else winning, their success, their happiness, their perfect moments. And suddenly, your life feels small, your progress feels insignificant, your journey feels like it's moving too slow. You're playing a game where the rules keep changing based on what everyone else is doing. This is the comparison trap, and it's destroying your peace. You measure your chapter 3 against someone else's chapter 20. You compare your behind the scenes with someone else's highlight reel. You judge your entire journey based on someone else's curated moments, and you lose every single time. Your best self doesn't exist in comparison. Your best self exists in your own lane, running your own race, focused on your own progress. The moment you start measuring yourself against others is the moment you lose sight of your own path. As Theodore Roosevelt said, comparison is the thief of joy. It steals your happiness. It robs your contentment. It takes the victories you've earned and makes them feel worthless because someone else has something different, something more, something better. But here's what comparison doesn't show you: the struggle behind their success, the failures that came before their wins, the years of work that led to that moment you're jealous of. You see the result, not the process. You see the destination, not the journey. And that incomplete picture makes you feel like you're failing when you're not. Their timeline isn't yours. Their path isn't yours. Their gifts aren't yours. Their struggles aren't yours. Comparing your journey to theirs is like comparing apples to hammers. They're not even the same category. What works for them might not work for you. What's easy for them might be hard for you. And that's okay. The only person you should compare yourself to is the person you were yesterday. That's it. That's the only comparison that matters. Are you further along than you were last week? Have you grown since last month? Are you stronger, wiser, better than you were last year? That's the measure of success. Stop keeping score against people who aren't even playing the same game. Stop letting their wins make your progress feel small. Stop using their highlight reel as evidence that you're behind. You're not behind. You're exactly where you need to be on your journey. Every time you catch yourself comparing, redirect. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this instead of feeling bad about it? How can I use this as inspiration instead of ammunition against myself? How can I celebrate their success while still honoring my own? Comparison puts you in competition with the wrong people. You're not competing with them. You're competing with your own potential. You're racing against your own excuses. You're fighting your own resistance. That's the real battle. Everything else is a distraction. Your worth isn't determined by how you stack up against others. Your value doesn't increase when you're ahead or decrease when you're behind. You are valuable independent of where anyone else is on their journey. Full stop. Focus on your lane. What are you building? What are you learning? What are you becoming? Those are the questions that matter. Not what they're doing, not where they are, not how fast they're moving. Your focus needs to be on your own growth, not their highlight reel. When you stop comparing, you start creating. When you stop measuring yourself against others, you start measuring yourself against your potential. And that's where real growth happens. That's where your best self emerges. Delete the apps if you need to. Unfollow the accounts that make you feel less than. Protect your peace from the comparison trap. Your mental health is more important than staying updated on everyone else's life. Run your race, at your pace, with your strengths, toward your goals. Let everyone else do the same. There's enough success to go around. Their win doesn't mean your loss. Their progress doesn't mean your failure. Their journey doesn't define yours. The only person you need to beat is the person you were yesterday. Focus there, improve there, compete there. That's the comparison that actually moves you forward. The only race that matters is the one against the person you were yesterday. Write this affirmation: I compete with yesterday's me. Number 8. Make choices your future self will thank you for. Right now, in this moment, you're creating your future. Every choice you make is a vote for the life you'll live tomorrow. Every decision is either building the person you want to become or keeping you stuck as the person you've always been. Your future self is watching, hoping you'll choose wisely. Most people live for right now. They choose what feels good in the moment without thinking about the cost. The extra hour of sleep instead of the morning workout. The junk food instead of the healthy meal. The mindless scroll instead of the productive work. The easy path instead of the right path. And then they wonder why their future never changes. Your best self understands that today's choices create tomorrow's reality. That present comfort often creates future pain. That delayed gratification isn't punishment, it's investment. Every choice is either a deposit or a withdrawal from your future. As James Clear said, every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. Are you voting for the person who gives up when it's hard, or the person who pushes through? Are you voting for the person who takes shortcuts, or the person who does the work? Your choices reveal who you're becoming. Think about your future self 6 months from now, 1 year from now, 5 years from now. What would that version of you thank you for doing today? What would they wish you had started? What would they be grateful you didn't quit? They'd thank you for the hard workouts when you didn't feel like it, for the money you saved instead of spent, for the skills you built instead of scrolling, for the relationships you invested in, for the risks you took, for the discipline you maintained when nobody was watching. They'd also thank you for the things you didn't do, the toxic relationship you walked away from, the unhealthy habits you broke, the negative environments you left, the excuses you stopped making, the comfort zone you stepped out of. Every time you face a choice, ask yourself, will my future self thank me for this? Will this decision move me closer to who I want to become or pull me further away? That simple question changes everything. It gives you perspective beyond the immediate moment. The cookies taste good now, but future you won't thank you for the health problems. The extra episode feels satisfying now, but future you won't thank you for the lost sleep and wasted time. The avoided conversation feels safer now, but future you won't thank you for the unresolved conflict that grew worse. On the other hand, the early morning feels brutal now, but future you will thank you for the productive hours. The difficult conversation feels scary now, but future you will thank you for the clarity and boundaries. The saved money feels like sacrifice now, but future you will thank you for the security and options. Start making decisions like you're building a bridge to the life you want. Each choice is either a plank that supports that bridge or a gap that weakens it. You can't build a strong bridge with weak choices. You can't create a powerful future with powerless decisions. This doesn't mean you can't enjoy today. It means you enjoy today without stealing from tomorrow. It means you find balance between present pleasure and future benefit. It means you stop sacrificing your long-term dreams for short-term comfort. Your future self is counting on you. They can't make today's choices. Only you can. And the choices you make right now are creating the life they'll live. Don't let them down. Don't trade their success for your temporary comfort. Think about the person you want to be a year from now. What habits does that person have? What disciplines? What boundaries? What priorities? Now make choices today that align with that vision. Be that person now, not later. Start voting for them with every decision. The beautiful thing is, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be intentional. You'll make mistakes. You'll choose wrong sometimes. That's human. But if the majority of your choices point toward your best self, you'll get there. Progress, not perfection. Before you make your next decision, pause. Think 5 minutes ahead, 5 hours ahead, 5 days ahead, 5 years ahead. Will this choice serve you then? Will you look back and feel grateful? Or will you wish you had chosen differently? Your future is being written right now, not someday, not when you're ready. Right now, with the choice you're about to make. The next meal, the next hour, the next conversation, the next action. Each one matters. Each one counts. Each one is either building your best self or delaying it. Choose like your future depends on it, because it does. Every single choice is a brick in the foundation of your life. Make sure you're building something worth living in. Stop sacrificing who you could be for who you are right now. Stop trading your potential for temporary pleasure. Stop choosing comfort over growth. Your future self is begging you to make better choices. Listen to them, honor them. Build the life they deserve to live. Number 9. Let go of needing everyone's approval. You're carrying an impossible weight, trying to make everyone happy, trying to get everyone to understand you, trying to earn approval from people who will never give it. And that weight is crushing your best self before it even has a chance to emerge. You can't become who you're meant to be while constantly seeking permission from others. You can't chase your dreams while worrying about what everyone thinks. You can't honor your truth while trying to fit into everyone else's expectations. It doesn't work. It never has. Your best self will disappoint some people. Your growth will confuse them. Your boundaries will upset them. Your success will threaten them. Your authenticity will make them uncomfortable. And you have to be okay with that. As Dr. Seuss said, be who you are and say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. The people who truly love you will support your growth. The ones who don't, they're showing you they were never really on your team. You've been editing yourself your whole life, dimming your light so others don't feel overshadowed, hiding your dreams so others don't feel threatened, making yourself smaller so others feel bigger, playing it safe so nobody gets uncomfortable. And where has that gotten you? Stuck, unhappy, unfulfilled. Not everyone will understand your journey. Not everyone will celebrate your wins. Not everyone will support your decisions. And that's okay. Their understanding isn't required for your success. Their approval isn't a prerequisite for your happiness. Their support isn't necessary for your growth. The moment you stop needing everyone's approval is the moment you become free. Free to try. Free to fail. Free to succeed. Free to be exactly who you are without apology. That freedom is where your best self lives. Some people will criticize you no matter what you do. You could be perfect, and they'd find something wrong. You could achieve everything, and they'd still have opinions. You could give them everything, and they'd want more. Stop exhausting yourself trying to win over people who have already decided to misunderstand you. Focus on the people who matter, the ones who see your vision, the ones who celebrate your growth, the ones who want you to succeed. Those are your people. Everyone else? They're background noise. Don't let background noise drown out the voices that actually matter. Your path is yours. It doesn't need to make sense to anyone but you. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your choices. You don't need to justify your dreams. You don't need to defend your boundaries. You simply need to honor them and keep moving. Seeking approval puts your power in someone else's hands. It makes your happiness dependent on their opinion. It gives them control over your life. Take that power back. Decide that your opinion of yourself matters more than theirs. Decide that your peace matters more than their approval. When you let go of needing everyone's approval, you'll lose some people. Let them go. Anyone who can't support your growth isn't supposed to be in your next chapter. Anyone who makes you feel bad for evolving doesn't deserve access to your journey. Anyone who requires you to stay small to keep them comfortable isn't your friend. You'll also gain something far more valuable: yourself, the real you, the authentic you, the version of you that doesn't perform for approval, the version that speaks truth without fear, the version that chases dreams without permission. That version is worth more than 1,000 shallow approvals. Stop asking for permission to be yourself. Stop waiting for validation to pursue your dreams. Stop needing everyone to understand before you move forward. You don't need their yes. You need your own, and you've always had it. Your best self doesn't need an audience, doesn't need cheerleaders, doesn't need everyone to get it. Your best self just needs you to believe in it enough to show up, even when nobody's clapping. Especially when nobody's clapping. Walk your path, honor your truth, set your boundaries, chase your dreams, become who you're meant to be, and let the chips fall where they may. The right people will stay, the wrong people will leave, and you'll be free either way. Stop living for applause. Start living for purpose. Stop seeking approval. Start seeking alignment with your own values. Stop trying to please everyone. Start honoring yourself. That's where your best self has been waiting all along. Freedom begins when you stop asking permission to be yourself. Comment this if you're ready. I don't need approval. You made it to the end, and that matters. Most people wouldn't sit through this entire message. Most people would have skipped ahead or moved on to something easier, but you stayed. That tells me something about you. You're serious about this. You're ready for change. Everything we talked about today comes down to one simple truth. Your success starts with you, not your circumstances, not your resources, not your past. You, the choices you make, the habits you build, the person you decide to become. Your best self isn't some distant dream. It's available right now, in this moment, through the decisions you make today. Keep your promises to yourself. Remember your wins. Close the gap between knowing and doing. Know your value isn't tied to your output. Build strength through small, hard things. Have those difficult conversations. Stop comparing yourself to others. Make choices your future self will thank you for, and let go of needing everyone's approval. These aren't just ideas. They're actions. They're daily practices. They're the building blocks of the life you want to live, and every single one is within your reach right now. Your journey won't be easy. There will be days when you want to quit, moments when you doubt everything, times when the old version of you tries to pull you back into comfort. But you're stronger than those moments. You're more capable than you know, and you're worth every bit of effort this transformation requires. Before you go, do me one more favor. Hit that like button. Drop a comment below with the affirmation that hit you hardest today. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it. And subscribe to this channel, because we're just getting started. We're building a community of people who refuse to settle, who choose growth over comfort, who become their best selves one day at a time. Success starts with you. It always has. It always will. Now go prove it. This is your moment, your time, your chance to rise. Type this final affirmation and step into your power. My best self starts today.